Hey everyone, and welcome back to Eternal Strands. On this video, we're doing the quest, In Memories. And we're also going to be doing all of the remaining companion quests in the game, so we're going to be quite busy on this one. But let's start with our main quest, In Memories. Consult with the Axle at Cassidon's Hold. So we'll head straight over.
You are hardly in any position to make lofty demands. The Council convened and unanimously stripped you of your role. You no longer hold the privileges of the Eye.
And how quickly did you convene that council? You hardly waited for my daughter's body to cool.
She is dead because of you. Because of your reckless behavior and deception, no less.
Hirun, how dare you? Every decision I've made, every action I've taken has been for her protection.
Abandoning her at the Grand Gate was for her protection. We all saw you on the scry. And that is Khan Arteme to you, Kenrick.
Is this a bad time?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
No. You're more than welcome at Cassidon's Hold. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for you.
I came to offer my condolences. To both of you.
Oh. Thank you.
Isla stood up for what she believed in. Reminisce on her bravery.
In the end, she was braver than any of us could have imagined. She took a stand and did what she believed was right. I owe her my life.
She was exceptional. It's hard to imagine the Enclave will ever recover from this loss.
Then why are you so opposed to giving her the funeral she deserves?
With the Surgeborn swarming Denevron, we can't risk a trip to the Hallowpire Rise.
For generations, every Stanild has received the right of ashes upon death. Isla will not be the exception to this.
Could I perform the rite on your behalf?
You? Don't tell me you're a Hallowpire priestess on top of being a righteous pain in my ass.
Skies, do you want a funeral or not? She's our best option.
Isla saved my life. I want to help you honor her death.
I suppose you do owe her that. Fine. For the rite of ashes, you need to burn an object that was sacred to the deceased upon the High Pyre. As you collect the ashes, you must read a rite aloud to thank the flames for bringing the deceased to rest.
Do you have an object that was sacred to Isla?
Isla's most prized possessions aren't in Cassidon's Hold. She had a secret refuge in Dredger's Mire. You're sure to find something. She was always sneaking away at night to work there.
You knew she was sneaking out of Cassidon's Hold.
I knew my daughter better than she realized. Return to me with the ashes.
Thank you, Bryn.
Retrieve the Spindle's personal effects from her secret refuge near Poldervale in Dredger's Mire. Before we do that, though, the Eye wants to talk to us, although he's not the Eye anymore, he's just Kenrick.
Ridiculous! The Stanilds have been receiving the rite of ashes at the Hallowpire Rise for generations. That Hirun doesn't want to send a mourning party is an insult to her memory.
That's not fair. You know Khan Arteme would love to give Isla.
Don't say her name.
All I'm saying is the Axle lost someone too. You don't need to make this harder on her.
And who, pray tell, is working to ease my pain? The answer is in the silence. No one.
That's because nobody cares about you, Kenrick. Anyways, let's check out this door.
You're going to speak to the Talon.
I don't expect to get much out of it, but yes.
Be careful. Clearly the Talon was able to manipulate Kenrick. And while I know you're not the idiot he is, speaking to that thing is risky.
I just have to find out what I can. If the Talon has any insight that can help us.
It's a risk worth taking, I know. Just don't reveal anything in the process.
Okay, let's try talking to the Talon.
I knew you'd be back. Dreadfully predictable.
And here I thought I surprised you. Or was your herald getting kicked back to the source part of the plan?
Don't steal credit. Your great icon pushed us back, not you. And I'm quite certain it didn't survive the battle. Judging by the way you charged straight to the Grand Gate upon hearing my plan, you favor misguided heroics. Let me guess. You're going to try for a rematch.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Let's not lie to each other. I like you.
Can't say the feeling's mutual.
Come now, I want to be confidants. Friends, even.
Friends share secrets. Ask what the Surgeborn are after.
Fine. Let's be friends. Why don't you tell me what the Surgeborn are after so I can help you get it?
I told you, don't lie to me. But because my offer of friendship is genuine, I'll tell you. I'm after the same thing you're after. Magic. And the power that comes with it.
But Surgeborn already wield magic.
Not nearly enough of it. You know the lust for magical power is insatiable. Why else are you risking everything to tear strands of it from behemoths?
I'm not power hungry.
Don't lie. Especially when your actions betray your words with such ease.
The Howling Jail is clearly a prison. Ask how the Talon was captured.
How did you end up down here anyway?
I let myself be captured.
Why?
It became apparent that I wasn't going to uncover the secrets behind the Enclave's power by razing its capital to the ground. Oh, I do miss the razing. Still, I needed intel that I could only get from the inside. So I allowed myself to be captured and waited until the leader of the Enclave came to visit me alone one day. Kenrick had influence and insecurities, making him the perfect target. He felt quite special that I only spoke to him. It helped that he assumed our herald couldn't pass through the Grand Gate when he staged his attack.
How did it get through? The resonance modulator should have filtered out Surgeborn.
You didn't have a sample of that particular Surgeborn.
Kenrick isn't a trusting man. Ask how the Talon manipulated him.
In my experience, Kenrick Stanold isn't exactly the trusting type. How did you convince him to open up to you?
I played the part of his distressed prisoner.
Please, please don't hurt me. I'll do anything you ask. I'll tell you anything you want to know. Just
Let me live. He was all too willing to believe I was helpless. After all, that would mean he had power.
The Hearthsiders named the Surgeborn. Ask if they really came from the Surge.
The Hearthsiders believe you were born out of the Surge. Is that really where you come from?
I will keep some secrets to myself. For now.
I thought we were friends.
Not yet. we will be. And when that day comes, I will share more with you.
I'm not interested in being friends. Move on.
Kenrick Stanold is in rough shape after being your confidant.
I would never treat you like I treated him. You're different. Special. Trust me. In time, you'll consider us kindred spirits.
Doubt it.
See you soon.
Well, we managed to get some information out of it, although it's super creepy. So, while we're still here in Cassidon's Hold, let's talk to the Axle. See if that, the statue of that Oberyn is indeed Oria's father. Oh, and she wants to talk first.
Hey, I can't imagine how you must be feeling.
I am broken. Everyone wants a piece of me. Regardless.
Because you're in charge.
For now. Someone had to be. I don't know how I'm supposed to carry on like this. Without her, my support is gone. My foundations crumbled to dust. She wouldn't want me to cry. So I won't.
You can if you need to. I know our Weaver Band is still fairly new here, but you've got our support. All of us.
The funeral will honor her memory. Even if it's not what he wants, she would understand that it's enough. One day at a time, Bryn. That's all we can promise to ourselves.
You mentioned you were in charge. Does that mean you're the new Eye now?
So the council is larger than just the 3 main representatives. As you heard, we convened and unanimously agreed that Kenrick had overstayed his welcome in the role of the Eye. So he's been stripped of that, and by default, that means I'm in charge. Emergency authority. Am I the Eye? No. And nor do I particularly want to be right now. But when the time is right to hold elections, we'll do so. We need to break this cycle.
What cycle do you mean?
Council seats weren't permanent before the surge. That idea was Kenrick's. And it's clearly not worked out for us. So again, once we've solved this crisis, we'll chart a new path. Assuming we survive. After all, we could all be dead this time next week.
Okay, now to find out about Oria's father. A burning curiosity.
Arakim mentioned you wanted to compare a mantle with Matteo Agretius?
We'd like to see if he might be my father.
All right. I've set his mantle aside for you. I'll need yours too, and the pattern tracer to perform the test.
You all right?
A little nervous.
I have to say, your mantle is spectacular. Matteo's easily pales in comparison.
Oh, thank you. And, is he my father?
No, I'm sorry. It's not a match.
Oh, I see.
Hey, we'll keep looking. Maybe now it's time to talk to Lane?
You're right. We should consult with them. I just thought... Silly. I'll see you back at camp.
Alright, no luck on identifying her father, but our quest is complete. So, let's head back to camp now. And because we're coming from Cassidon's Hold, that does mean we're gonna get that bug where everything's all red. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk to Sev. He has a quest called Restoration.
You look like you've got something on your mind, Sev.
I'm struggling a little, perhaps. I find myself torn.
Between Casmin's stews and Darm's spiced pork? Same.
Pork. Stew gets in my fur. That aside, I find myself both wanting to tear down the Norians and redeem them. Surely not everything they did was self-serving politics. There had to be some craft or artistry behind it.
That's the part of Norian-ness that appeals to you?
Recently I found records, experiments to improve flow rates across the tapestry.
Better pipes.
Pretty much. The team was working on it right around the time the surge hit.
Any idea where?
Not too far from here. Odd they'd set up in a swamp, but perhaps it was a stress test.
We're going to have to fix the Enclave eventually. Better pipes can't hurt. I'll check it out.
You are tireless, Bryn.
I make time when the work is important. Explain that to him.
I believe we need every edge we can get. This place keeps throwing us surprises, and preparation is key.
You're right, but we all notice how hard you work. I know what it feels like to work without praise. Feels good to shine a little sun on your achievements.
Okay, so there's a Norian work team in Dredger's Mire that we'll have to go check out. Well, work site, I should say. The team is clearly not there. Let's go ahead and talk to Sola next.
How are you feeling about Sev, Sola?
Delighted.
Not upset to lose an apprentice?
There will be more, and he's just a few yards away. I'm proud of him. And controlling the weather itself. Incredible. I've learned from a lot of years on the road that change is the natural way of things.
Our time in the Enclave has certainly proven that.
Anticipating change and finding joy in it, the best thing you can do in your life.
Okay, now she has a quest, Wood for the Trees.
And then, Sev and I realized we might be able to repurpose the carapace for more than just loom gates.
Uh-huh.
Purely theoretical right now, but I'm contemplating tangle-resistant gear, or even a protective layer around the caravan.
Dom, I'm a little busy trying to look over these Tarmakine schematics again. Do you mind coming back later?
Oh, okay. You're right. We can discuss theoretical magic anytime. I'll leave you to your work.
Oh. Hey, Bryn.
Everything all right? Things between you and Dom seem off lately.
Yeah, a bit. I'm not sure he understands what my work on the Tarmakine smithing techniques means to me.
Have you told him how you're feeling?
It feels like he's so wrapped up in his own discoveries that he's not hearing me.
He is easily distracted, but maybe you should try again. If there's one thing I know about Dom, it's that he loves you. He must care about your feelings.
Then why isn't he asking about them? Sorry, this isn't on you. I'm just frustrated. I need to do more than just tell him what Tarmakind means to me.
How so?
I need to show him. By investigating Tarmakind practices, maybe I can make some headway on restoring these techniques. Then he'll understand.
Hey, I'm always down to investigate lost knowledge. Especially in the name of love.
You'll help me?
Of course.
Amazing. I'll ask the Axel if she knows anything about Tarmakind smithing in the Enclave.
Great idea. I'll meet you at Cassidon's Hold.
Okay. We're heading back to Cassidon's Hold to talk to the Axel about the Tarmakind smithing.
You brought your talented smith. To what do I owe the pleasure?
I was wondering if you might have any information on Tarmakind smithing practices within the Enclave.
I'm not well versed in Tarmakind myself, but I recall one smith who hoped to make the techniques more widespread prior to the Surge. You could try searching the Guild District in Heidenevron for a registry.
Sola is actually hoping to restore the lost art herself. Anything else I could look for that might help her?
The Smithing Guild also had an extensive library. You might find a tome on Tarmakind that could be useful while you're there.
Thank you so much.
I admire your ambition. What you're hoping to achieve is no small feat.
If anyone can do it, it's Sola.
I don't know about that.
I can believe it. Good luck in your endeavors.
Okay, so we need to look for guild registry and a tome for Tarmakind smithing in Upper Denevron. So anyways, we are ready to continue our main story here, our main quest, and head to Dredger's Mire. So Dredger's Mire, there's an Ark of the Forge there, clear weather. And we're gonna head to Sapper's Lake. So Isla's secret refuge is over there. We've been there before. Oh, I thought I angered him. We'll leave him alone. Are they after me? They are after me. Come here, Spitfire. Ah. We got arcs, we got Spitfires, everything's mad at us. Eat her up. Oh, another one? What's up with all these archers? Let's see, I'm gonna throw Explodey Ball. Maybe. Let's see if it works. Right there. Oh, I think I got it. Or he did, I'm not sure. Alright, that was a little more eventful than I anticipated. Grab all these goodies. And this way.
That might be Isla's secret refuge. It's actually not too far from Lucia's workshop. Isla dedicated her life to restoring the Arks. Darm's right. We will need to continue her research. But for now, what might she consider sacred for the right?
Got an arc there. Eat this. Let him burn. We'll even throw a barrage on him. Oh man, he got wrecked. Okay, so let's see. Over here.
A letter from the Axel. I should take it back to her.
So I found a letter from Haroon. And this.
A torn Archon. That's sweet. Darm, do you think this could work for the Rite of Ashes?
It's perfect.
Huh. Isla also had a copy of On the Workings of Archons, marked with annotations, just like Lucia's.
Could be useful.
Wait, I'm losing you.
You hear me better now?
Yeah. Weird. The scry was cutting out.
Strange. At any rate, the book could be useful. Once you've completed the ritual, I'll take a look.
Burn the Spindle's toy ark on the altar at the Holopire Rise in Upper Denevron. But before we head over there, we've got some side quests here in Dredger's Mire. We need to grab some research for Lane. And there's also that Norian worksite for Seb. So anyways, one of Lane's research notes is over here. It's in that tangle. You can just jump in and take the damage and get it. Or, alternatively, we can grab this explodey ball and light that brazier. And that clears out all of the tangle. Alright, this is archived speeches.
This cipher looks familiar. I'll need to get these back to Lane.
Okay, let's head towards the next research. We got some Akalas. Just gonna let them hit me, I don't care. They do so little damage now, I just attack right through their swings. Oh, who's mad at me? Chameleon. Oh, hello, Surgeborn. Ow. That was rude. Dang it. Keep missing that parry. There we go. Alright, here, the Ark of the Forge. I see him. You shouldn't see me up here. So we want to go down this way into the Archon's Expanse, I believe this area is called. Get away from the edge. Oh, you missed me. Right over the top. Alright, so there's our next research we need. Let's see, I'm gonna put barrage on. Oh man, look at that damage. Alright, maybe I should be a little bit more careful with my health. But here we go, we got polemic.
Let's see what we've got here. These all seem to be speeches that the Eye delivered. These are dated 40 years ago, but I could still imagine him saying all of these things today.
Alright, so I see the Ark of the Forge over there. Oh, he's coming this way. Uh-oh, hurry. I don't want to fight him. I think I could slightly outrun him, hopefully. Oh, he's going over there. Oh, hurry up. Okay. The Norian worksite is this way. Okay, good. We got away from him. Akala is probably gonna attack me. I'll just take him out real quick. Okay, up ahead is the site.
This is the Norian site, Seth.
Yes, they were working out of that cave.
Sheltered, yet deadly. Probably wasn't that way before the surge. Shipping crates, marked Project Junction 4X9.
Sounds familiar. I'll look into it.
Abandoned in a hurry.
Anyone who survived the tapestry overloading probably ran for the nearest loom gate.
Well, speaking of the nearest loom gate, that's where we're going. We're done here in Dredger's Mire. Okay, and now we're going to Upper Denevron, where there's a Brennig Glasstail. That shouldn't get in our way. We're going to the Guild District.
The Guild District. I should look for tomes on the Tarmakine smithing style, and a registry of guild members here.
Alrighty, so we gotta do Solo's quest now. We're in the right area. Got this archer. Ooh, he's right next to explosives. Fire won't hurt him, but the explosion will. Made easy work of him. We got an arc. Let's throw this in him. We'll bring in a buddy for this. I'm taking a lot of damage. I'm being a little careless. Alright, anyways, we want to climb up here. You can see our quest marker already. As a reminder, we're looking for a guild registry and a Tamarkind tome. We got 2 explosives, he's in trouble. He's in trouble. Wait. Wow. My Ember buddy got wrecked. That was unexpected. Anyways, what do we have here?
This appears to be a registry of smiths. It's dated prior to the retreat to Cassidy's Hold. There's one Tamakine smith, Xavier Nibreop. Looks like he had a workshop in the Iron Walk.
Alright, we've got a smith who was doing some Tamakine stuff. We'll have to check out the Iron Walk in Lower Denevron. But we still need a tome. Let's see, we're gonna steal his shield and throw it at that archer. Oh, perfect. Barrage! Let's see, do we have another explosive? Yeah, I'll take this. Oh, they're having a bad time. Alright, what we got in here?
Aha. Tamakine Smithing. A compendium on vented metalwork. Sola will love this.
Alright, we got what we needed here for Sola. Let's now work on Casman's quest regarding Ira's plague. We should be able to find some information about it nearby. Alright, use the tonic, got a new tonic back. Alright, so we want to go over here and light this thing. And that reveals a secret tome.
A tome on religious afflictions. I wonder if it might document something similar to Ira's plague. If Casmin really believes she's been cursed or afflicted, no wonder she's trying to keep it to herself.
Okay. We got that done, and now just for our main quest. We gotta burn this toy. Oh, we got 2 archers. Oh, no you don't. I got it off. Into the flames. Have an explosive. Alright, their buddy up the hill didn't even notice. Didn't even notice. Catch! Wait. Oh, he's back there. I was like, where did he go? He walked right into it. That was silly. Ooh, refined Serenites. Alright, so the church is up here.
I'll need to place the toy ark on the high pyre. Sad to burn such a sweet toy.
And we gotta burn it ourselves.
Now to collect the ashes. Though the flame abates and the ash grows cold, let she who worshipped you rest in eternal warmth.
Beautiful, Bryn.
I'm sure I will.
There it is again. The scry is cutting in and out. Dom? Aurea?
We're... Can you hear me now?
You're back.
While you bring the ashes to Cassidy's hold, I'll analyze the scry. Something strange is afoot.
Consult with Kenrick Stanhild to bring him the Hollowpire ashes. So, before we leave, there is a design and a codex fragment we want to get here. So we're going to go this way. Ah, burned himself. Oh, we got Surgeborn here. Take this. He survived. Not for long. Alrighty, so we want to go over there. Obviously, we can't jump that. Well, maybe we could, but we're not going to risk it. We're going to use Kinetic Stream. Oh, Archer saw me. Thought maybe I could get away. Oh, did I knock him over the edge? Yep, he's gone. Dang it. No materials for me. Alright, whatever. We're going this way. Okay, and we've got this island and an island further out. So, we're gonna use Kinetic Stream to get over there. And then there's a codex fragment in the air. You can see there's an arc waiting for us. This one's a little tricky to get. You gotta aim way above it. So like, maybe up there to get the right angle. And we got it. Hello, arc. No, I wasn't planning on knocking him over the edge, but that works. All right, and then we also have a design here, the Hearthguard Gauntlets. Okay, we are done here. Let's return to camp. And we'll go straight to Cassidy's hold for our main quest.
I performed the rite, and I brought you the ashes.
Thank you, Bryn. Isla admired you. She would be honored that you did this for her.
It's not how she would have wanted things. I should have been there.
Enough! I know you're grieving. We all are. But you are no longer the Eye. And this disrespectful conduct ends now. You owe Bryn a thank you. And an apology for that matter. And probably a great deal more than that. Not only has she gone out of her way to perform the rite for your daughter, but she saved us all from certain death at the Grand Gate too. None of which she would ever have had to do if it weren't for your...
For my actions! I know! I know! It's all my fault. I should have been there. Not at the temple. At the Grand Gate. I should have stayed. The way she looked at me when I left her there. I'll never forget it. I could fill a city with my mistakes. I should have supported her work. I should never have lied to her. My regrets will drown me.
Maybe they should.
Maybe they should.
My mother used to say, you can drown in your grief, or learn to swim in it. It is unfair that you lost a child, no matter the circumstances. I am so sorry that happened to you. But now you have a choice. You can spend the rest of your days counting the ways you failed your daughter. Or you can dedicate every breath you have left to her.
How?
Just do one small thing a day that would make her proud to call you her father. Start by helping us finish the work you wish you had supported in her life.
It's too late for that, I'm afraid. If you'll excuse me. But there is one thing. The Ark in your camp, the one she wanted to restore. It's called the Ark of Verdance. An enchantress named Lucia de Crassus built it.
Lucia.
Consider it a thank you for what you've done.
Okay, consult with the Axle to see if she's okay. Oh, and the Eye wants to talk again.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the Ark of Verdance?
Please. I've had enough. Just leave me be.
Fine. I understand.
Well, I guess he didn't want to talk. Okay. Let's check in on the Axle. And she wants to talk first.
I need you to know... nobody else has been checking in on me like you have. I feel as if I'm alone in the stifling dark. But you are a bright light. Even though everything is very hard, I need you to know that I see what you're doing. Thank you.
Of course. It's just the right thing to do.
You, laying Isla to rest, is what she would have wanted, despite what her father said. You inspired her to be better, braver. It respects her memory to the fullest.
It was the least I could do.
Don't diminish your contributions.
You've got our support, whatever form that takes.
For what it's worth, I appreciate that.
By the way, I found something that you might want to see. It's a letter I found in the Spindle's hideout. It looked like your handwriting. I didn't read it.
I don't understand why you've been so kind to us, Bryn.
It's okay. I'll let you get back to it, all right?
Likewise.
Okay, now for our quest in memories.
You deserve better from him, but that was probably all he's capable of. Come to think of it. We all deserved better from him.
What will you do now?
Take care of my people. Someone needs to. And you? You're going to try to fix the arcs.
Isla devoted her life to the Arks. Tell her we need to honor her sacrifice.
Isla saw something in the arcs no one else did. The Enclave's legacy. Innovation and ambition. We can't let her death be in vain. Her work must be finished.
I wish I could help, but arcs were Isla's expertise, not mine. Still, I agree. That arc allowed you to pass safely through the tangles, where Surgeborn go to regenerate. If you're going to try to fix it, consider me heavily invested in your progress.
It's too great an advantage to ignore. I'll keep you updated.
Consult with Dom about the Spindle's notes. Before we do that, let's see if the Talon has anything new to say.
The rite of ashes you performed for Kenred's daughter was quite a display. I almost shed a tear.
How do you know about that?
I have eyes everywhere.
You're watching me through the other Surgeborn.
There are no other Surgeborn. We are one and the same.
Almost like the way bees work together in a hive?
If that makes it simple for you, close enough. Anyway, pity you couldn't save her. Is that why you dropped everything to perform a funeral rite for someone you barely know?
She was a friend, and you murdered her. Don't expect to survive long enough to kill someone else I care about.
Technically, I did not kill her. Her limitations are what destroyed her in the end. Funny how magic often provokes overreaching in your kind.
What are you talking about?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Okay, it's time to visit Dom at the camp. Oh, actually, first, what's this?
My light. I remember the day you were born, vividly. When I held you, my heart was so full it threatened to break. And I know your mother felt the same way. For all her flaws, she would be so proud of you. I am so proud of you.
It is hard to feel bad for him, considering pretty much everything is his fault. Anyways, back to camp. Solo wants to talk. We'll talk to her in a bit. Dom first.
You performed the Rite of Ashes beautifully, Bryn.
Glad to hear it. Not being part of the church myself, I felt a little out of place.
I'm sure Isla is at peace.
The rite mentioned an eternal warmth. Ask about the afterlife.
The rite I read mentioned shrouding the spindle in an eternal warmth. Is that in reference to an afterlife?
Yes, although the Reformed sect do believe in an afterlife, it is featured more prominently in Orthodox Hallowpire beliefs. The idea being that the Great Fire is an ethereal, divine being which cannot be fully comprehended in this life, and who waits for its followers beyond this lifetime.
The Eye wanted the ashes from the altar. Ask what is done with them.
The Eye asked me to collect the ashes from the altar on his behalf. What does he intend to do with them?
It depends on the sect. But often the ashes from the ritual are interred with the body in a burial site. Other times, if it's a prominent family, which the Stanolds seem to be, the ashes are housed in a family mausoleum. Tragic, of course, that a father must do this for his child instead of the other way around.
The spindle was an enchantress. Wonder if Hollowpire often attracts weavers.
A religion founded on fire seems like a natural draw for weavers. Was that your experience in Renland?
Hardly. In Renland, magic was ostracized. And there, it was viewed as unnatural corruption of fire. Pure ignorance. That's why I've turned my back on it for many years. But you're right, that the Stanold family's religious beliefs are notable. The prominence of the church in Upper Denevron suggests the weavers here held it in high regard.
I've learned enough for now. Thank him for his time.
I appreciate your perspective on it. But I'd better let you get back to work.
Before you go, thank you for laying her to rest. You could have just paid your respects and left, but it was the right thing to do.
Okay, now for our quest.
Dom, the interference I'm experiencing during expeditions is concerning. Any idea what's going on with the scry?
Not yet. The interference is certainly strange, but I'll need more time to analyze it before drawing any conclusions.
As long as it doesn't give out on us completely in the meantime.
However, I have taken a look at the Spindle's copy of the workings of Archons, and thankfully, the writing is far more legible than Lucia's. And her notes are significantly less paranoid at that.
About that, Kenrick Stanold told me that Lucia wasn't just tinkering with the Ark we followed through the Veil. She built it. The Ark of Verdance.
That is quite the revelation. What was it for?
That was all Kenrick could tell me. Or wanted to tell me. But Sev mentioned that Kenrick had been feeding Isla information about a failsafe for the Source. Could the Ark of Verdance be the fix she was working on without realizing it?
Yes! That could be it. Genius, Bryn. On my side, I dug into her notes. She was working on a way to fully restore our Ark for us. She was so close to a schematic, intricate, elaborate, masterful. And I finished it. Sola has the final design ready for you. Essentially, we'll be creating a power core for the Ark. Most notably, we'll need a special part, a bar of shaped coral. This is the final key for an Ark to be functional on its own without a weaver channeling magic into it.
If we had built a power core earlier, could her death have been prevented?
She only made this discovery in the final days of her life, through researching all the Ark parts we had supplied her. Her research even theorizes that using one's own magic to power an Ark for brief amounts of time could result in death.
So she knew she was going to die at the Grand Gate?
She knew exactly what would happen, and did it anyway. That's courage.
We can't let it be in vain. So, then the Ark of Verdance is our failsafe. Your design will get it running. Where can I find the shaped coral?
She suspected it was kept in the Archon's hearth, stored near natural coral deposits for its regenerative properties.
Okay, we got a design for the Archon Power Core. Search for the bar of shaped coral in the Arcane Forge at the Archon's hearth. But before we do that, let's go ahead and talk to Lane. We have Codex compiling with her. We've got a few, actually. Let's start with the Verdant Mines. So, the Verdant Mines were a militant group formed after the Surge with the main goal of taking down the Veil. They believed that Kenrick Stanold was hiding information about the Surge. Their leader was Lucia de Crassus, and they planned to sabotage various complex enchantments, including hijacking and disabling Archons. Lucia was able to use her high rank in the government to steal information from highly guarded research labs. They attempted to bring down the Veil, and it resulted in an explosion that killed everyone in the group and dozens of innocent bystanders. It's not clear what caused the explosion, but Lucia's journals suggest that the Eye knew of their plans, knew they'd fail, and let it happen. The Eye used the situation to blame the group for the floods that were occurring, though we now know it was due to Asylum. He also used this situation to enact martial law and suspend all elections, so that's how he's been in power for so long.
So what did we find out? Any big revelations? What's wrong?
This isn't what I expected at all. I think you need to read this yourself.
Well, sure, but... Alright. This is one of Lucia's journals, right?
Yes.
I washed my hands of it, but they pressed onwards. He was fully aware of what I taught them, of course. What I'd taken from the Institute. And so, he let it happen. He knew they were going to try to pierce the veil, and now dozens are dead. He knew Vile. Broke bread with them. But when they and the rest of the Verdant Minds went off to die, Kenrick just watched.
And now read this. A transcript of one of his speeches, delivered around the same time that journal entry was written.
We will root out these dissenter vermin at all levels of administration. Their ideology has claimed too many lives to be allowed to breathe free. In the meantime, to ensure peace and prosperity, martial law is in effect across remaining settlements. So he let the explosion happen, and used it for his own political gain. I wish I could say I was shocked.
It goes deeper than I could have imagined. He sat back and allowed the Verdant Minds to try breaking through the veil. Then they unintentionally triggered a huge explosion, conveniently wiping themselves out in the process. And just like that, the Eye had a scapegoat on whom to blame the cyclical miasma floods. He used panic and fear to secure himself a spot as provisional leader. But everyone eventually forgot that provisional bit. I genuinely didn't expect this at all. I thought I'd find out that he'd just been mildly conniving all his life, not this.
So, what do we do about this then?
We need to confront him. He may not be in charge anymore, but we can still take him to task on what he's covered up.
Wait, what? You really think that'll work?
Yes. I'll present him with our evidence, and he'll have to give us an explanation.
Lane, I love your initiative, I really do. But why would he want to talk to us after everything that's happened?
I'm confident in my powers of persuasion. I may be young, but a lifetime spent orbiting the seats of power in Judea. Well, let's just say that I know how to appeal to a politician's better judgment.
If you really, truly believe we can achieve something here, I've got your back.
Excellent. I'll finish writing this dossier, and I'll meet you in Cassidon's Hold. Have faith.
It's not you who I'm lacking faith in. Trust me. Anyway, I'll see you at the Hold.
I won't be long.
Okay. We'll head to the Hold to support Lane going after the Eye. So back to Cassidon's Hold.
Why do I feel as if I'm about to have my time wasted?
Please allow me to present my research. I promise it won't take but a moment. I've compiled a dossier concerning an event that occurred in the Enclave around 35 years ago.
And what event would that be, pray tell?
The attempt to pierce the veil. I can only assume you were familiar with the Verdant Minds.
The name rings a bell, though it's been decades, as you said.
They were the subject of many of your speeches. It's interesting that your memory on the subject is hazy.
You'll forgive me for not remembering the exact wording or subject of any of the hundreds of speeches I've delivered throughout my career.
That's not a problem. I can summarize my findings. Firstly, our evidence suggests, with a high level of confidence, that you were aware of the Verdant Mind's plans to pierce the veil. Secondly, in support of that assertion, You gained this knowledge through your close relationship with the enchantress known as Lucia.
I never knew any enchantress by that name.
That's odd, since you seem to have been a recurring character in her personal journals. Though, truth be told, she didn't seem particularly fond of you in the later entries. So, back to the attempt to pierce the veil. You knew...
I knew that it would go poorly.
You knew?
Of course I did. But what does it matter?
You could have stopped it.
But I didn't. Pray tell, Lawkeeper, what goal did you hold in your mind as you traveled here?
I wanted to learn the truth about the past, to uncover what had been hidden.
Lane Free Selectus. That's who you are, yes?
That's correct. Though, I'm not sure how... never mind. But my research...
House Lectus of Udea. It's no wonder you felt the need to make something of yourself. Well, today will not be that day. Nor, I believe, will any. I won't waste my breath debating a jumped-up little snot from a house so consumed by cupidity that it can't even keep its hearths lit. Once a failure of a house, always a failure of a house. And it shows in your insipid rag parading as research.
Did you just call me a jumped-up little snot?
No, I didn't. You must have misheard me.
I...
Will that be all from you? I have a daughter to grieve, after all.
He can't treat Lane like this. Give him the dressing down of the century.
Skies! That is enough. Lane deserves better than this disrespect.
You dare to speak of respect? You, who broke into our home, who undid Asylum, who attempts to destroy decades of societal progress.
I won't even address that. Your manipulation and arrogance are deadly. And I see your bare shoulders as proof.
Get out!
Bryn, thanks, but it's not worth it. I need to go.
Skies above. I was worried this would happen.
Poor Lane. She got kind of stomped in that one. Alright, let's head back to camp. We'll check in on her, see how she's doing. No, well. It's privileged information.
I can't even begin to explain how I feel. This is a disaster.
Did I make it worse?
No. No, not at all. Not for a moment. You were very kind and strong and supportive and courageous. It reminded me of why I left.
Home.
Everything back there was all about your house. Your actions or intent never mattered. And when I tried to forge a different path in life, the knives came out. I had no real choice but to leave. I thought I had left it all in my past, but now, here we are.
I've been there. Relate with the story of my last Weaver band.
For years, no matter how hard I trained, my last mentor, Aaron, told me I wasn't strong enough to be a point. When he eventually named one of his friends, Aram, the Weaver band's new point, I was gutted. Even though he had no training, Aaron tried to convince me it made sense. Aram is just physiologically stronger than me. Of course, I took the first chance to get out after that. Just like you did. But until then, as much as I tried to ignore what Aaron was saying, a part of me was afraid he was right. Sometimes, when you're told the same thing over and over, you can't help but wonder if it's true. So, what I'm trying to say is that this guy has found his way inside your head. But that'll pass. And it doesn't reflect on the quality of your research.
I appreciate that. I'll try to internalize it. But for now, I think I just need to consider my next moves. It might take a while.
Take all the time you need.
Thanks, Bryn.
Okay, that completes our quest. Privileged information. Let's go ahead and talk to Lane again.
How did he know? Lane, are you alright?
I'm just rattled. I never told you, or anyone else, my full name. Not because I didn't want you to know, or because I thought you'd judge me, just that I'm allowed to hold information back.
And the Eye threw it at you like he'd known you your whole life.
Yes, and he accurately described the state of my house, too. Which is not a secret, particularly, but...
At least we know who told him.
I'm not following.
It couldn't have been anyone but Sev, right?
Oh. Oh. I feel so stupid.
We know that the Eye was able to apply a lot of pressure on him. That doesn't make it okay. But maybe knowing what happened helps.
Usually I would agree. But this one was quite a shock. I feel as if I've turned up to a knife fight armed only with a wet sock.
We'll come more prepared next time. You couldn't have known.
True as that may be, it's the sense of betrayal that bothers me most. I know we've chosen to forgive him, but...
Maybe it's worth talking with Sev?
I don't think so. Sorry. Not right now, I mean. Too fresh.
That's fair. Keep it in mind, though?
I will. There's much to reflect on, as always. Thanks for listening. Bryn, I'd like to speak to you, alone, if you have a moment.
Oh. Is something the matter?
Yes. Follow me, please.
So, what's up? You sounded pretty serious back there.
I come to you with a matter of great import, and I do need you to take this seriously.
Yeah, of course.
I've been thinking about this for a long time. It started when you joined the Weaver Band and intensified recently. I tried to navigate around it on my own, though I'll admit I didn't try very hard. I've gone through this conversation dozens of times in my head, perfecting what I'd say, throwing away the script each time, so... To put it simply and respectfully, I have fallen head over heels for you. You're spectacular, bold. I look up to you, knowing that I could follow you anywhere and be fulfilled and happy. And I don't know what you might see in me in return, but I am so taken by you that I would bask in your warmth forever and never question it. You make me want to be bold too. Like you. I'm sorry if this is inappropriate. We work and live together after all. But I couldn't go another day without bringing this to you.
Lane's wonderful, but the relationship's not for me. Let them down gently.
So, I had a hunch. And I'm appreciative. I really am. I think you're amazing.
But?
I just don't feel the same way.
Right.
Are you okay?
My opinion of you is unwavering, Bryn. Regardless of whether our feelings align on this.
I appreciate you saying that. You're a good friend, Lane.
No regrets when it comes to honesty. I need a little time to process, though, if you wouldn't mind.
Take all the time you need. Talk later?
Talk later. So?
This sucks, right? I don't want things to be awkward.
There's not a jot of shame to be had about expressing one's true feelings. Though, I wish I had expressed them earlier, before I got so invested in the outcome. But perhaps they would not have been so ardent had I rushed it.
You're really great, Lane. You'll make someone very happy someday.
I know. And I'll always appreciate having you as a friend and comrade.
Of course.
I'll let you go, and I'll get back to my work. I'm all right. Promise.
Okay, well, she didn't take it that well, but she seems to be alright. Let's do some codex compiling. We'll work on Casman's quest now. But actually, before we do that, let's do codex compiling for Lucia de Crassus. So Lucia de Crassus was, or possibly is, they keep hinting that maybe she's alive still, an expert on arc design and creator of the Arc of Verdance. She held a high position in the Guild of Enchanters and was one of the rare people allowed to discuss arcs with the outside world. Her book on animation was the only document on arcs to ever be published outside of the Enclave. After the Surge, she repeatedly clashed with the Enclave government. Stanild was the one who confirmed she made the Arc of Verdance, so he clearly knew her. She refused to evacuate to Cassidon's hold with everyone else, and her research turned to disruption of the arcs and taking down the Asylum barrier with what she called Lucia's Thimble. However, she lacked the capability to make the thimble herself, so it wasn't made until our group. Lucia had arranged for the Arc of Verdance to be transported out of the Enclave days before the Surge, and she referred to it as a last resort that cannot be destroyed. The caravan was destroyed in the Surge, and the Arc lay dormant for decades, but it's theorized that its enchantments had created the safe zone in the Veil's shadow. When it was somehow activated by Bryn, it attempted to return home. It's assumed that Lucia died from the miasma floods, but there's no proof. Alright, then we have Ira's Plague. So, Ira's Plague is a condition where the sufferer is haunted by twisted visions of death and pain. The belief is that the goddess of justice, Ira, won't give them inner peace until they've righted their past wrongs. Many believe that only Kashar suffer from this because they have more ancestral sins from having parents of two races. Ira's Plague is a real disease, and it was studied in the Enclave. Their hypothesis was that it was a disorder of the mind, and they defined the symptoms as a cycle of intrusive thoughts of their own violent, disturbing nature, resulting in all manner of compulsions to fix them, including hoarding, checking, ordering, and rearranging, and asking for reassurance repeatedly, among others. I lost my place here, sorry, 1 second. There seems to be some connection to familial heritage, but the severity of the condition is exacerbated by poor eating habits, limited physical activity, and lack of sleep. It's not unique to Kashar, but their irregular sleep habits likely exacerbate it. The patient diary we found is regarding a man that was plagued by images of him dropping and killing his newborn son. He was too afraid to hold his baby and sought help. An herbalist was able to create a sleeping balm to help him along with a strict regimen of diet, athletics, and mental exercises that allowed him to regain control of his life. Due to the stigma associated with the disease, many are not so lucky across the Meta to get help, and they just kind of suffer alone.
Exactly as I theorized. Ira's Plague is little more than a stigmatized condition with a perfectly rational explanation.
Which is?
A perfect storm of family traits and lifestyle choices, exaggerated by circumstance. Diet, athletics, and sleep all factor in.
Casman hasn't been sleeping much.
Might be worth presenting this research to her to see if the rest resonates.
Good idea.
Oria and I will join you when you're ready.
Okay, let's go ahead and talk to Casman about what we found.
Casmin, we need to talk.
Could it wait? I'm in the middle of touch counting the armory.
No, it can't.
We've been worried about you.
I'm fine. Seriously, don't worry about me.
No one has seen you sleep in days. You're clearly hiding 2 bands worth of supplies behind the caravan shutters. And half the time you're talking a league a minute about catastrophes that are never going to happen. We can't let you keep going like this.
No. Maybe I've been a little off lately, but I'm fine, seriously. I'm just trying to keep our Weaver Band prepared in case... I just want us all to be safe.
We are safe.
Kaz, I've been doing research on a condition you might know as Ira's Plague.
I'm not possessed.
We know.
The Enclave studies on Ira's Plague concluded that it's not a religious affliction, but a disorder of the mind. The sufferer experiences a cycle of relentless, disturbing thoughts and all manner of compulsions to fix them, including hoarding. Though it may be passed on through families, this condition is often exacerbated by a lack of sleep.
Bryn found a diary belonging to a Cassil man in Denevron who suffered from this. I think you should read it. He describes the intrusive visions that began after the birth of his son. Horrible fears he would drop his baby that he was so ashamed of, he couldn't share them with anyone.
That's awful.
It reached a point where he couldn't hold his own child, until he sought help.
So you're saying, if I have Era's plague, there's a cure?
We found evidence of a treatment, yes. We'd need to talk to someone at Cassidin's Hold to know more.
But we didn't want to speak to someone outside the Weaver Band on your behalf without talking to you first.
I don't know.
She has nothing to be ashamed of. Tell her we all need help sometimes.
None of this is your fault. It's okay to get help. We all need it from time to time.
But no one else seems to need help. Everyone else is handling being here just fine, and I'm the only one having a breakdown.
Hey, it could be any one of us tomorrow. And I know for a fact that if this were happening to anyone else, you'd cut them some slack.
She's right. It's hard for all of us to see you suffering like this. We care about you, and we just want you to be okay.
Fine. You can talk to the Weavers in Cassidin's Hold. I can't promise. I'm still not sure about all of this.
We'll go one step at a time.
Okay, drowning quest is complete. Let's go ahead and talk to Casman again.
You sure you don't want to run away screaming?
What? Why?
Nothing. Never mind.
Come on. Seriously. What are you talking about?
It's just... that's generally the reaction that sufferers of Era's plague get across the Maida Basin. After all, Era only stalks the wicked for penance.
Southern polytheism can be strict. Ask if she believes in it.
Are you religious yourself?
I don't really know anymore. My mother was deeply religious, so I was raised to believe in the Southern gods. I always accepted them as real, but lately, I've begun to question.
How so?
I mean, if what you've discovered is true, and the visions I have aren't penance from the goddess of justice, I've been hanging on to a lot of self-contempt for nothing.
That is a heavy burden to carry out of faith.
She said Era stalks the wicked. Ask if she thinks she needs to repent for something.
Kaz, you do so much for other people. What could you possibly have to repent for?
I don't know. At all hours of the day, a voice is howling at me for never being good enough. Never hitting the mark. It's all I can hear. How am I supposed to ignore it?
Lane's research indicates that with treatment, you can though.
I think if you knew how awful I really am, and how much I deserve to be reminded of it, you wouldn't say that.
Casman, we know you, and we accept you as you are.
We'll see.
Almost sounds like she's experienced that stigma firsthand. Wonder if she's tried to get help before.
Have you ever told anyone else about these visions you're having?
Only one person. My mother.
I take it she wasn't very supportive?
I'll never forget how she looked at me. Like she was terrified. She told me to keep my impure visions to myself, and that if I behaved, eventually Era would leave me alone.
How old were you?
5. I had just started school, and I was struggling with being away from my parents to attend classes. Images of them murdered by bandits while I was away hounded me during the 6 hours I spent outside the home. I swallowed my fears, though, hoping, as my mother told me, that if I was good and went to school, the visions would stop.
The ignorance outside the Maida is irrelevant. Assure her no one in the Weaver Band would judge her.
Even if Era actually was out for you, I still wouldn't run. Anyone who cares about you knows you're not a threat.
I wish I felt as sure of that as you do.
In time, I'll be able to say, I told you so.
Maybe.
Alright, I'm thinking Solo wanted to talk. Yeah, let's talk to Solo real quick.
Oh, Bryn. Hi.
Were you crying? Are you okay?
Yes. The rite of ashes just got to me, that's all. The spindle and the axle only had such a brief time together.
It's awful. I can't imagine how she's feeling right now.
So much in life can be fleeting. It just makes you appreciate what a gift the time you have with someone is.
And crafting, we have something new, but it's just the Archon Power Core. We need that shaped coral. But anyways, let's head back to Cassidon's Hold, where we can get Casman some help. So we need to talk to our favorite person.
Let me guess. You've come to ask me to apologize to your naive lawkeeper.
No?
No. Isn't that what self-proclaimed heroes do? Demand justice for your friends?
I would never ask Lane to waste their energy on a conversation with you again. Do I think how you spoke to them was a disgusting, brutish display? Absolutely. But justice doesn't come with an apology from you, does it?
They attacked my legacy. I merely put them in their place.
Exactly. Without remorse, an apology would just be posturing. No. Justice is served in the way Lane still chooses kindness every day, despite people like you trying to tear them down.
Their research tore me.
Justice is served in the way Lane gets to continue living as their wonderful, talented self. Whereas you have to keep living as yourself. As someone who is clearly in so much pain over his own existence, he needs to make other people feel small, so he can look big.
I am far too exhausted to beleaguer this issue.
So we agree. There is no need for you to ever speak to or about Lane again.
I suppose we agree on that.
Okay, then we have our quest, a new quest, Anchored.
Listen, I know we've had our differences, but my friend is in trouble. I need your help.
Helping you is hardly what I want to be doing right now.
You think I'd be here if you weren't my only option?
What is it then?
Have you heard of an affliction known as Era's Plague?
I have.
I believe our quartermaster is suffering from it. She's a Kashar, like.
Don't say her name. Regardless, the condition isn't unique to Kashar, but it's believed they experience it in greater severity due to their unique sleep cycles. Ram, Oberon, Ashar, and Kasil alike have experienced it.
Do you know of a cure?
Not a cure, but a treatment.
Well, will you help me or not? If she was still here, I'd be going to her instead of you. And we both know she would want you to help me.
You did lay my daughter to rest. As Khan Arteme so cuttingly pointed out, I am in your debt. A sleeping balm will help her, but it's not enough on its own.
I've learned Era's Plague is a misnomer. Ask if it has a proper name.
The Enclave's research shows Era's Plague has nothing to do with religion. Is there a more accurate name for this condition?
Though the Enclave was once filled with the Maida's leading academics, the Surge cut short any research done on disorders of the mind. I suppose our academics were more concerned with treating the affliction than finding a more suitable moniker.
Still, the name's association with sin and wrongdoing doesn't do much for its sufferers.
should it matter what the condition is called if those suffering aren't strong enough to overcome it?
Wow. Empathy is one of your charms, I see.
Sleep alone isn't enough. Wonder what else Casman needs.
If the sleeping balm won't cure Casmin, what else will we need to do to help her?
There is no cure for Ira's plague, only management. Sleep will put her on the right track, but she needs to stop giving in to the compulsions that stem from her visions.
She has a long road ahead of her.
If she's strong enough, she'll walk it.
Kashar are more likely to suffer. Ask if Isla ever dealt with Ira's plague.
Did your daughter ever experience Ira's plague?
No. Though when she was born, her mother sought out the sleeping balm recipe in case she ever needed it, being Kashar. Foresight on her part.
You've never spoken of your wife before.
She died, tragically, in an Ark attack just before our withdrawal to Cassidon's Hold.
If Cass needs to sleep, let's start there. Move on to next steps.
How do I get a hold of a sleeping balm?
I suppose I can make one for you here if you bring me the ingredients. You'll need emerald lucerne, a gemstone famed for its ability to radiate peace, and chill feather weave for its cooling properties. In addition to this, you'll need oil membrane for the formula, and of course red cotton because it filters the light so that the eyes find deeper rest.
I'll bring those to you right away.
As you wish.
Alright, he's actually helping. So, we need an oil membrane. Actually, do we have it? We might have picked up an oil membrane. We had used all of ours previously, but let's see. Maybe we have it.
Here's everything you asked for.
Took your time, I see. I'll prepare the balm. Here you are. And I've written down the recipe for your alchemist so that you don't need to bother me again.
Thank you so much.
Have your quartermaster rub a little of the balm on her forehead, temples, and wrists before she goes to sleep. She'll fall into a deep slumber.
I hope she's willing to try this.
For what it's worth, I hope your quartermaster recovers.
Oh. Thank you.
Is that all then? You've taken up enough of my time.
Strange to have him helping, but good. Let's take the sleeping balm to Casman.
We all wanted to come together to support you, Casmin. However we can. Do you think you're ready to talk about what's going on?
I guess I have been feeling not so great lately. It's hard. I don't know how to tell you what's going on in my mind. Or if I even should.
We're not here to judge. We're here to listen.
You can tell us anything.
It started a while after we came through the Veil. Not right away. You all know me. I'm a rock in a crisis. But the aftermath... It's hard for me to come down. Actually, I crashed to pieces in it. I should be stronger, but...
You are strong, Kaz. Falling apart sometimes doesn't change that.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like it these days. After the Surgeborn escaped, I just started getting these... thoughts. Visions. So vivid, they feel like premonitions. Our campsite, being razed to the ground in the night. Scrambling to find our gear under attack. Each of us being killed, one by one. And this voice, howling in my ear that it will all be my fault. Unless I do everything in my power to prepare us for it. I know that sounds crazy. But these visions and that voice, it's been getting louder. It keeps me awake all hours of the night. By dawn, everyone else is asleep, even Dam. I'm alone and exhausted. counting supplies over and over and over, unable to stop.
That must be lonely.
It is. Opening up to you about this is physically painful. Even while we're talking, that voice keeps going. In the spaces between my words, in every pause, it howls at me for being pathetic and incompetent. How come I'm the only one drowning inside this place? No matter what happens, all of you are able to keep doing your jobs. I mean, I'm the only freak going off the deep end. How stupid is that?
It's not stupid. Tell her it's brave.
You're going through something awful, outside of your control. And until now, you've dealt with it alone. But your decision to be vulnerable and share your experiences with us, that's brave, not stupid.
I don't feel brave. I feel exhausted and sad. But I guess it's nice to hear.
What if we cleaned out the caravan for you while you go rest? Bryn will sit with you until you fall asleep.
I don't know. I don't think I can sleep right now.
I have something that will help. A sleeping balm from the Eye of all people.
Would you be open to trying it?
Maybe, but I'm afraid of what will happen if I go to sleep.
I won't let anything happen. I promise. Do you trust me?
I do. But I've made such a mess of the caravan. I can't let you guys be the ones to clean it up.
We've got this, Casmin. It's okay.
All right. Thank you. This isn't working. I should go help with the caravan.
Shh. Kaz, they're fine. You need to sleep.
But what if Aurea throws away the grains Dan likes for breakfast? Or the sapling uses to rebind their books? Or...
She won't.
I can't just lie here. My skin is crawling. I feel like I might burst if I don't move.
How about we breathe together? Just try it with me.
Fine.
Okay, our quest is complete. Apparently she didn't sleep for long, but presumably she slept. Let's talk to her. She still looks sad, though.
I wish I had gotten the chance to speak to the spindle about Ira's plague.
From what the Eye said, she didn't experience it herself. It was her Casil mother who prepared the balm just in case.
I know, but still. I've hardly known any fellow Kashar throughout my life. And even if Ira's plague affects people of all races, we're the only ones who are stigmatized by it across the Maida. It just would have been nice to connect with someone who understood that.
I'm sorry you didn't get the chance.
Don't be. It's not your fault. It's just a reminder that we never know how much time we'll have with someone.
Too true. Hey, how you feeling?
I'm okay. I don't feel amazing. In fact, I feel pretty fragile, to be honest. But sleeping helped. Actually, everything you did helped. I don't want to pretend I'm feeling on top of the world right now, or like all my problems are solved. They're not. I know I've got a long road ahead of me, but finally saying out loud all the madness in my mind, and not being shunned or rejected for it. It's like all these awful visions lost some of their power over me.
Sounds like you should keep sharing with us then. so we can have every opportunity to accept you as you are.
Yeah. Why did you do all that for me?
I care about her. A lot. Tell her how much.
You mean a lot to me, Casmin.
I do?
Yes, of course.
You mean a lot to me too.
I would do everything I just did and more for you, 1,000 times over.
I'm not sure I'm deserving of all that.
You are, Casmin.
Would you mind reminding me of that sometimes?
Every day, if you'd like.
So, about all that stuff I had you bring me. Turns out I don't need it as much as I thought I did when I was sleep-deprived and strung out.
Funny how much clarity comes from a nap.
Yeah. Anyway, I've put all those materials back in your chest. Along with a few other things Aurea and the band found cluttering the caravan.
Wow. Thanks, Kaz.
Don't mention it. Use it for whatever you want. Gear, weapons, fixing up the camp.
Hey, we got all that stuff back. Sweet.
Hey, you got a sec?
Of course.
Great. Mind if we speak somewhere more private?
Lead the way.
So, there's something I need to tell you.
What's on your mind?
Honestly, you are. And it kind of snuck up on me. I was caught up in my own world before you came along and pulled me out of it. At first, I saw you as a friend, then one day, something just shifted that I can't quite put into words. I don't know if you feel the same way, but I think I'm falling for you.
She gives me butterflies. Tell her I feel the same way.
I have feelings for you too.
You do? I thought maybe I'd scared you off with everything.
Kaz, I fight drakes and worms daily. You'll never scare me off. Besides, you're like the kindest, coolest girl I've ever met. How could I not fall for you?
That makes me really happy.
You surprised me too. In the best way.
Hopefully, we have a long road of surprising one another ahead of us.
We do.
Hey.
Hey, what's new?
Not a thing. Oh, except I don't know if you've heard, but I've got a smoking hot girlfriend now.
She sounds great. I have to admit, I'm a little jealous though.
Oh?
Turns out I have a thing for beautiful but kinda mean quartermasters.
That'll bite you in the arse every time. But seriously, I've wanted this for so long. I like you so much. But with all my issues, I couldn't imagine that you'd feel the same way about me. You sure you're not going to change your mind?
I fell for her because she even wanted... Or, I fell for her before she even wanted me to be point. Tell her I've been struck from day one.
Even back when you were giving me the cold shoulder, I couldn't help but notice you. I could just tell there was more to you than meets the eye. I like your complexity.
You should probably talk to someone about being attracted to a mean streak. But that is adorable.
I'm not going anywhere. I promise.
Good. I wasn't planning on letting you go anyway.
She still seems sad. Shouldn't you be happy now?
You're staring. What's got you in such a good mood?
What? I can't admire my gorgeous girlfriend.
You can. But none of this showing up here just to look at me with love in your eyes. That's too mushy. Especially in front of Aurea. At least come up with something clever to talk about.
Too bad I'm feeling mushy. Ask when she fell for me.
Sure. I can find something to talk about. Ah! What made you fall head over heels for me?
Subtle. I guess I believe that the best thing you can do with your life is be in service of others. And that's what you embody. As a friend, as a point, as a leader. Yet, somehow you do it without burning out or putting others above yourself in an unhealthy way. That's very attractive.
That's what draws me to you. How caring you are. And more importantly, how you're learning to turn that care in towards yourself.
I'm trying, at least. I like that you noticed.
She mentioned Oria being close by. Ask if she's worried Oria won't approve of us.
Are you worried that Oria won't approve of us?
No, she thinks it's cute.
Then why are you worried about her seeing us be cute?
It's not just her. It's everyone. You make me so happy. And I guess I'm afraid that if everyone sees how happy I am around you, then they'll know how devastated I'll be if it doesn't work out. This is still really new. Is it bad if I need to take things slow before I can parade our cuteness around the camp?
Of course not. But just so you know, you make me incredibly happy too. If I have my way, this will totally work out.
That's reassuring.
I can't wait to be alone with her. Ask how she'd like to spend some time off.
So, if being mushy around the caravan isn't ideal, tell me what you'd like to do when we have some downtime.
I'd love to. It's dumb.
Now you have to tell me.
Stargazing. When I worked the shipping lanes, I learned a lot about navigation by the stars. Maybe it'd be fun to... I don't know.
Kaz, nothing would make me happier than a date by starlight with you.
Oh, I think it would be so peaceful.
Let's get to know each other better. Ask about her childhood.
Tell me about yourself then. What's the happiest memory from your childhood?
It rained a lot in Dunbrennig, so we didn't do this often. But on the rare sunny days, my mum took me to the beach. We'd both bring books and blankets to spend the day reading on the hot sandy coastline.
That sounds lovely.
It was.
Words just aren't coming to me. Tell her I'll need to go.
Unfortunately, your adorable face has left me speechless.
Oh, gods. I'll meet you in your tent later. You can stare all you like then.
Looking forward to it.
Could we just fill our lives with slow mornings in your tent from now on?
You'll get no complaints here. I take every chance I can get to watch the sunrise with you.
How do you do it?
Do what?
Make rest bearable. I've never been one to just sit in stillness. In fact, before you, lazing around sounded like torture. Not making the most of every second made me want to claw my skin off.
That sounds so sad to me.
I guess it was. With you, I can just be. And it's enough.
I know what you mean.
Really? Because it seems like you've been an expert at staying present long before I came along. Sometimes it feels like you're ahead of me on a lot of this stuff.
I guess I've always thought that happiness only exists in the present. Planning too much for the future breeds anxiety, and meditating too much on the past breeds loss. So I have always tried to just be, as much as anyone can. But with you, these slow moments somehow make me feel... irrelevant? That sounds bad, but I mean it in a good way.
I know. Like, there's no one to save and nothing to fix. The world just melts away.
Okay, well, she's still looking sad, but presumably she's happy now. So we should be ready to continue our main quest here. So let's head to the Archon's Hearth and get that bar of shaped coral. And we've got an Ark of the Forge there. Interesting. You know what? Let's go ahead and actually talk to Lane. Lane has... Oh, she wants to talk, but she also has a quest lifting the shroud. Let's talk first.
So, you and Casmin?
Yeah. It's not weird, is it?
No. I have the greatest of respect for her. And I like seeing two of my friends happy.
Thanks, Lane. I really appreciate that.
Make sure you ask her about how she organizes her socks. She's got a system, a detailed one.
Thanks for the tip. I'll get right on it.
Okay, lifting the shroud.
Have you ever felt like you couldn't trust the people around you? Oh, never mind. You did tell me about Aaron and how he undermined your confidence. I suppose it would have been hard to hold trust in someone who didn't respect you.
It wasn't fun, I can tell you that. Is there someone here who's putting you on edge?
It's Sev, and how he was collaborating with the Eye behind our backs.
Oh? I can understand, but you didn't exactly seem blown away by the revelation.
I didn't have time to process it. I have now, and the more I think about it, the more upset I feel. Logically, I understand the situation. I can trace the weave of circumstance that forced his hand and led to his deception. I know he had no choice, and I've even forgiven him. I said the words to his face, so why am I still so angry?
That's a tough one.
It reminded me again of Udea. Will the fear and the manipulation follow me forever? Will it taint everything? The secrets, the lies, the subterfuge. The Maida may seem a balmy paradise, but in reality, it is a toxic swamp. Every fiber of my being is screaming at the prospect of having my life ruined by this again.
All right. It's clear that sitting around base camp chewing on this isn't doing you any good. You need a distraction.
Possibly. What did you have in mind?
The Axel must be overwhelmed right now. Let's find something to help her with.
I'm amenable to this. Shall I let you ask her, or...?
Oh, no. You're coming with me.
I suppose it'd be good to catch up with her, and I'll meet you at Cassidy's Hold, then. See you soon.
Okay, we'll meet Lane in Cassidy's Hold. Anybody else want to chat? Casman wants to talk again.
I spoke to Lane about us.
Did they take it all right?
They're very happy for us. But they also told me to ask you about your socks.
Now that's a true friend teeing me up for a chance to brag. To start, I have an impressive sock collection that is years in the making, with different patterns and materials from across the Maida. Storing each pair individually is a waste of space, so I categorized them into compartments as neatly as possible by nation of origin.
I have to admit, I expected something more complicated.
I'm not done. They're sub-sorted by pattern, and then sub-sub-sorted by fiber, and then sub-sub-sub-sorted by comfort.
There we have it.
Point is, this system is infallible and will be my legacy.
So, are you saying I can come borrow socks when I need them?
Absolutely not.
Oh, come on, share some socks. Okay, to Cassidy's Hold.
Bryn and Lane, to what do I owe the pleasure?
We're hoping that there's something you can help us with. Or rather, we're hoping that there's something we can help you with.
I'm not sure I follow.
I've been at a loose end, gnawing on painful thoughts, only growing more despondent in the process.
Huh.
So we're here to focus on problems that are a little more tangible. What can we help you with?
That is very kind of you. I've had a great deal of difficulty keeping on top of things.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
We're here to help. Like I said.
Right. I've got a petition from the Scouts here somewhere. Let me find it. Arakim has been nagging me about accessing the Archon's Hearth. Its stores of raw material could busy our Forge Masters for months. Now that I'm technically in charge, I'm loath to follow Kenrick's lead in recklessly sending the scouts into dangerous situations. What I'm lacking to make that call is intelligence on the Archon's hearth. Our documentation is decades out of date.
I've already spent a lot of time in there, actually. It was pretty hot, from what I recall.
Dangerous too, one would assume. Can you elaborate on what you saw in there?
The coral was otherworldly. Describe it to her.
The most interesting part was where they grew the coral. I could feel the magic running through it.
It is a reminder that there are still lost secrets to be found.
Exactly.
The technology was amazing. Talk about the half-built Ark.
While exploring where the arcs were assembled, I couldn't help but imagine how busy it must have been back before the surge. Archons seem big when I'm fighting them, but the scale feels totally different when they're attached to a scaffold.
Fascinating.
It was hard to beat the heat. Tell her about the foundry.
Well, it was only one area that was particularly hot, but all of it was dangerous.
I assume you refer to the Arcane Foundry, then?
Yeah. It was on another level to what you've got here at the Hold, or what we have at camp. I can't imagine how many Archon parts they produced per day.
That's enough detail for now. Move on.
Anyway, there's lots going on in there. Do you think it's safe enough to send in the scouts?
Not quite. I still have grave concerns about the fluctuating heat levels.
I believe I may have a solution for that. A potion that will maintain your body temperature even in the hottest conditions. I don't quite have the equipment to make it yet, but the knowledge is there.
That's wonderful news. That said, I would like a demonstration to be sure they work.
A fair stipulation. Some sort of combat encounter in the Archon's hearth under the hottest possible conditions. Fighting an Archon that relies on fire magic would be ideal to demonstrate the potion's efficacy.
You know I'm always up for a challenge.
I have no doubt in your abilities after what I've witnessed you achieve.
Well then, I'll be back once I've felled a mighty construct.
Okay, so we need to take out a fire arc. So yeah, we gotta fight a fire arc in the Archon's hearth, and there was one there. Is it still there? It is! Ark of the Forge is there, so that will be our target. And we'll go to the Axel's Arch.
The Archon's hearth once more. Wish Isla was here to guide me.
I could assist in her absence.
What the?
Bryn, what's...
Aurea, the scry has been compromised by the Surgeborn. Stay off it.
Compromised is such a strong word. I just want to talk. So, what are we looking for in the Archon's heart? I know the Underworks well. It is my region, after all.
Like I would tell you.
Whatever plan you've concocted, it would be better if we worked together.
You murdered my friend.
Technically, I didn't touch her. It isn't my fault she lacked the stamina to follow through on what she started.
Okay, well, we saw the Ark of the Forge walking around. Oh, we got multiple dogs. Bring in our flame buddy. Oh, is he coming back? He might be coming. No, he's going that way. Haven't used my fire ability in a while. Oh, look out. Probably use my two-hander. It's doing much better damage. Alright, we got one of them down. I don't know where my flame buddy went. He's slacking. Oh, and that arc sounds like he's coming this way. There he is. Well, I guess we're gonna do this. Oh, well, he didn't see me, but you know what? We're gonna get his attention. Actually, let's make sure it's safer. We'll wait for him to do another circuit. And Ember Buddy seems to have gotten the job done. Oh, hello. Get down here. Okay, so we'll fight him in this general area right here. Got this Surgeborn. Let's take care of him. I'm not even sure if that hit him. Oh, it definitely hit him. Okay. Okay, I think we're set. I think the arc went that way. I'm gonna pull him over here. Oh, is he fighting somebody? What's he doing over there? Oh, he's going for something. Oh, smashed it. Oh, well, he saw me now. All right, well, here we go. So basically, we're just wasting time. We need him to go into his enrage mode. Oh, I never had him throw stuff at me before. But yeah, we're basically just wasting time waiting for the enrage mode. At some point, though, we do need to take off his shoulder pad. So maybe we'll do that now. Let's do that now. No, I'm stuck. I'm just gonna drop it. Alright, let's get up to that shoulder pad. Cling on! Now for our quest, we do have to defeat him with our fire potion active. Trying to grab me. Let's go over here. Alright, just gonna drop. Alright, and we don't have to, but we'll just be hitting him with the arrows. I don't think that causes him to enrage more often, but it doesn't hurt. And he's enraged. Alright, let's just use our potion now. Oh, hold on. Alright, so we got our first potion used. Oh! Alright, so as soon as this enrage is over, we're gonna have to be ready to pounce on that hammer. Oh, I think he's doing it now. Yep. So he'll do 3 hammer strikes, and on the third one, we jump on him. Oh wait, no, that wasn't it. Now it is. All right, so he's gonna do 3 hammer strikes. Third one, we jump on the hammer and get ready to take out the vents. Ah, crap, put it all the way over there. Nope, nope, nope. All right, let's take these out. There's 1. We want to get at least 2 on this round. No, why isn't that not hitting? Oh, no, that's horrible. Ah, man, that sucks. Well, that's not ideal. Anyways, we basically gotta wait now for the next enrage, and we might need a third one because of how badly that went. Now, as far as I know, I can't speed up his enrage at all. I've tried like throwing fire and stuff at him. It's never worked before. So I think it's just waiting, really. And we don't have a fire potion anymore, so let's try to stay out of the fire. Oh, it kind of looked like he was enraging there, and I might have stopped it. Hope not. There he goes. So if we're quick, maybe we could get all 3 vents. But we'll have to be very quick. I don't think we're gonna be able to do it, unfortunately. We're probably gonna need a 3rd round. Fire everywhere! Safe over here. Alright, go under the legs. Alright, he should be ending the enrage. This might be it. Yep. Alright, so he's gonna hit there, hit there. Let's be ready over here. That's a really bad spot. Alright, let's see. Maybe. Nope, not enough time. So yeah, one more enrage and then we got him. They're definitely my least favorite to fight, just because you can't really speed it up. Oh, when we can't hit the back anymore. Hit him in the thigh, maybe. I'm gonna heal just to play it safe. A little premature, but it's okay. Just wasting time. Enrage already. I'll get to it eventually. Oh, ran myself out of stamina. That's a bad idea. Shoot him in the stomach. Oh, he got me. I was doing so good on the dodges. Oh, he's enraged. All right. We get through this. We take out that last vent, and we're golden. Get me out of there. Oh. I've never seen him smash the ceiling before. That was interesting. By the way, that hammer strike will be like your full health bar if he hits you with that. It is nasty. There is fire everywhere. Oh, Okay. There we go. Let's get in position. Where is it? What? Oh, there it is. Alright, I'm just gonna climb up. Oh no! There we go. We got it. Alright, we're gonna put on the fire potion now. And we just gotta get up to the shoulder. Fling on. Alright, going up to that shoulder. He's trying to grab me. Not gonna work. Why can't I grab him? There we go.
A flame strand. Always do with a little heat.
I'm kind of stuck. Hold on. Can I climb my way out of this? This has never happened to me before. Well, it looks like I can go this way, maybe. Get me out of here! I made it! Okay. Let's see. Where is it? Oh, who's mad at me? They're mad at me. Burn, stop jumping around. Alright, so we got Purified Serenite. You can see this whole area is on fire, but that's where we need to go.
There's a lot of coral here. I must be getting close to where the Enclave stored shaped bars. Will the Surgeborn know our plan when I pick it up? I guess that's a risk I need to take.
Make a little ice bridge. Oh crap, well that didn't work.
Bar-shaped coral. You and I have such similar taste in treasure. Whatever you're planning to do with that is nothing compared to what we could accomplish if we put our minds together.
I can manage well enough on my own.
You could do so much more than manage.
Okay, back to camp.
The Surgeborn in the Howling Jail somehow has access to the scry.
We know. I can feel it in there with me. It's not pleasant. We need to do something fast.
The good news is, as far as we can tell, it only has access when you're in the underworks. At most, it seems to cause interference when you're above ground. We don't think it can listen in.
Until we can block its presence, best to keep use of the scry to a minimum.
Aurea mentioned she could feel the Surgeborn. Share that I felt it too.
Aurea, I could feel the Surgeborn too. I know exactly what you mean.
Doesn't feel great.
The kind of nausea that only comes from the wind being knocked out of you.
It takes a lot out of me to stay connected to you when it's present, let alone speak.
That must be why there's interference.
What you're both describing, it makes me wonder if the Eye was under a deeper influence from the Surgeborn than we realized.
How so?
We assumed he was merely manipulated into a foolhardy plan, but what if the Surgeborn had some sort of effect on his mind?
I could believe it. But if that's the case, then we need to limit Bryn's exposure to it through the scry. Fast.
And yours.
I don't think it's me the Surgeborn wants to influence. From the sounds of it, it wants you.
Weavers need physical access to the scry. Ask if we know how exactly the Surgeborn is communicating.
Weavers need a physical connection to the scry to communicate, either by wearing the earpiece or touching the scroll. The Surgeborn doesn't have either, so how is it connecting to our scry?
Well, let's start with what we know. The imprisoned Talon was able to convince Stanold to open the gate. But the Herald was there and waiting. It was not surprised at all, despite the scout's distractions. Ergo, the Herald and Talon were communicating somehow, yet the Talon had been imprisoned for years. Would it not be reasonable to suggest the Surgeborn can communicate with one another using something like our scry? Or worse, perhaps they can share thoughts needing no magic at all.
A single shared consciousness.
The implications are frankly staggering, but it is the only explanation I can think of for what we've observed. And if I'm correct, it's not such a leap to imagine creatures like this, or perhaps a creature, would be capable of infiltrating our scry.
The Surgeborn seems to be growing stronger. Ask how dire this is.
Let's hear it. How bad is all this?
The scry is a complex piece of Weaver enchantment. That this Surgeborn has broken in is not good.
We still don't know exactly what it wants, but if it continues to infiltrate our constructs, this could mean an all-out war.
War?
Imagine they gain control of the Enclave's arcs. Sure, they're dangerous now, but with a sentient strategist behind them, they could storm the Maida in a couple of hundred strides.
You think the Surgeborn's interests expand beyond the Enclave?
With an enemy as calculated as this, best to assume the worst.
I want this thing out of my ear yesterday. Move on to next steps.
All right. How are we going to fix this?
The reason Aurea can sense the Surgeborn presence on the scry is likely because it's wielding magic to communicate. The same way Aurea's mantle pulls magic from the air to contact you. However, unlike Aurea, the Surgeborn can't pull magic from the air around it. Otherwise, it would be talking to you all the time.
But it can only reach me when I'm underground.
Where the tangles are most dense. We need to cut off its access to raw magic.
That's where the spindle comes in. Thanks to her, we finally have the missing piece to get our escort here running.
It was a failsafe in the case that the source needed to be repaired. The Ark of Verdance will create a safe bubble against the tangles, which would be the natural consequence of any failure of the source.
Just like it did with the Veil.
Exactly. But without the crushing weight that caused it to fail.
So, the plan. We get the Ark to the source, it stabilizes the Enclave.
Or at the very least, starts the process.
If the Herald waiting down there doesn't destroy it first, I'll need to take it down. If this plan is going to work.
That sounds dangerous.
It might be a risk worth taking.
We have to. The Enclave is overflowing with raw magic, and this source is clearly the root of the problem. Too many tangles have led to the floods. They allow the Surgeborn to communicate and infect our enchantments. Without the source under control, we will never reclaim the Enclave.
Then that's our plan. We build a power core, then we speak to the Axle.
I'll join you at Cassidon's Hold.
Okay, have Solo craft the power core for the Ark. And we have the shaped coral now, so there we go.
And with this power core, we can fix our Ark of Verdance. I think this is what they call a full circle moment.
Huh. Lately, I feel like I've been running in circles.
Hey, I know things look bleak, but this is a win. Don't let the Talon rob you of it. You're finishing her work, after all.
You're right.
I always am. Now, I think you've got a meeting with the Axle.
Consult with the Axle and Cassidon's Hold about finding a way to the source. Alrighty. We're heading back there. And we want... We'll do our main quest first, in memories.
Khan Artime, my Weaver Band has repaired the Ark we followed through the Veil and discovered its true purpose.
To nullify the tangles at the source so it can be repaired.
Its anti-magic properties are why we were able to follow it through the Veil in the first place.
I see.
If we could get it to the source, we believe it could stabilize the Enclave.
Except the Grand Gate was broken when the Ark pushed the Herald back through it.
Surely there must be another way to reach the source.
Now that it's repaired, couldn't this Ark be used to leave the Enclave the way you came?
In theory, sure.
What are you saying, Khan Artime?
It's time for someone to protect my people. I need to use that Ark to get us all out of here.
You would leave with the Surgeborn running loose? Or worse, allow them to spread and wreak havoc across the Maida in your wake?
No one has succeeded in stopping them yet. We've been trapped inside the Enclave for decades. It's time to set ourselves free before the Surgeborn overtake Cassidon's hold and kill us all.
It isn't right. Remind her the Surgeborn will still be a threat.
Is shoving problems under the rug truly the Enclave's legacy? Because it's a pattern at this point.
Agreed. Your people are better than this.
The Surgeborn has infiltrated our scry. It's learning how to use our enchantments against us. If we don't put a stop to this madness, how long until they overtake the Arks? Or bring down the Veil and spread across the Maida?
That is concerning. Still, let's be clear. Even if you could reach the source, there's a massive Surgeborn that almost killed you lurking down there.
I'll be ready for the Herald this time.
And what are you going to do about all the tangles? Punch them before they disintegrate you?
We will leverage the Aeroliths to control miasma at the source. We think this will clear a path so that I can escort the Ark.
Interesting. You've put more thought into this than I'd expected. But, as you've said, you have no way to reach the source.
Fine. Our plan has a few kinks to iron out.
More than a few.
How about this? If you can just give us time to present you with the final plan, it'll be your call whether or not we move forward on it.
I suppose that's fair. I can't pack up this stronghold in a day.
One more thing. It's clear by now the Enclave hides its secrets well. If there's any information on the source, I need access to it.
There are private records that can only be accessed with the Eye's signet. I suppose he's not using it at the moment, but...
Bryn did just save your people from certain death not too long ago.
Fine. You can borrow it. You should find information at the Spire in Upper Denevron, the Bastion, and the Institute.
We'll arrange a meeting with you when we're ready.
Good luck.
Okay, search for hidden fragments on the source. In the Spire in Upper Denevron, in the Institute's Eastern Circuit of Musing, and in the Bastion's Garrison Bunker. Now, we have Lane's quest. We fought that Ark of the Forge with the potion active.
Oh, Bryn! How did it go?
It worked amazingly. In fact, I was almost too cold.
Oh, I must have prepared it incorrectly. Perhaps too much stirring.
I'm kidding, Lane. It was perfect.
Ah, your elevated wit eludes me once again.
If you two are done messing around, it's excellent to hear that the potions worked. Lane, what sort of quantities can we produce for the scouts?
As much as you need. It's not hard to make.
That's very good news. I wonder why the Eye never explored this as an option.
I would assume the reason sits somewhere between lack of care and gross negligence. Speaking of the Eye, Bryn, the Axel and I had a chance to sit and talk for a while. Would you believe that she isn't his biggest fan either?
There were some subtle context clues that tipped me off.
We were indeed not very cordial with each other at the best of times.
In particular, the way he kept secrets rubbed us both the wrong way. We found ourselves in agreement that any new government here should be built on a foundation of trust and respect.
A foundation that will only be built if we secure our survival. Lane and I don't agree on everything, but it was good to sit and speak with someone who understands the nature of the work I'm doing.
It's not every day that one has the privilege of watching a new order emerge.
Perhaps you will be here to document it.
I should like that very much. The story of a new enclave should be made available to all. Every detail, out in the light. I'm struck with inspiration. I need to return to base camp and get started on my history. To be here as it's being written. To be the one writing it. Oh, what a privilege.
Oh, they're gone. Do they always do that?
Yes, that's a fairly frequent occurrence.
Well, with my mind at ease, for now, at least, I will thank you and bid you farewell. My list of petitions is smaller by one, for the moment.
We're here to help. Talk later.
Lifting the shroud is complete. Okay, while we're here, let's check in on the Talon again.
You.
Hello to you too. Why don't you try greeting me with a smile?
How do you have access to our scry?
Magic.
Seriously?
Your scry is connected to Gloom Gates and by extension the tapestry which spans all through the underworks. No system is impenetrable. I found a way in.
I want you out of my ear. Now. I'm sick of your voice.
And yet you came back to see me. Puzzling.
You're impossible.
Back again. You do like me, don't you?
Hardly.
And you've brought the Eye's signet with you. Keep it close, or we might just pluck it from you.
What would you want with the Eye Signet?
To reveal the Enclave's secrets for myself, of course.
The Eye told you that?
He did. Funny how a man who has alienated everyone he loves through ego alone can be so talkative with a stranger. Though he certainly doesn't think he drove his ex-wife away.
The Eye's wife didn't leave him. She passed away.
Did she? That doesn't mean she couldn't have left him before she died. Heartbreak does funny things to your kind. Whatever that woman did, she left a bitter man in her wake.
Interesting. Okay, let's head back to the camp. And we'll talk to... Let's talk to Oria.
Bryn, you okay?
Yeah. Why?
No, really. Are you doing all right? You can tell me, you know. Being point isn't always easy.
Oria, I'm fine. What's going on? Are you okay?
I had no idea that the point training was so hard on Kasmin. Sure, she seems stressed, but leaders should know what's going on with their team. I failed her.
This was Kasmin's journey. Tell her it's not her fault.
You can't save anyone, Oria. You can only be there for them while they fight to save themselves. And thankfully, Kasmin is one tough fighter.
She is. Still, you went above and beyond just being there for her.
She would do the same for anyone else here.
All the same, moving forward, I just want you to know you can talk to me. About anything. I'm here for you.
I know. Thank you.
And she has a quest where there's smoke.
I was really hoping we'd find my father among the statues, but it's time to expand the search. You were right, Lane.
I often am. Let's build a census of male Oberon in the Enclave within a limited time frame that makes sense for your birth. Knowing your father had to have been here when the veil went up narrows our search significantly.
Time to chase a paper trail. Between the two of us, we'll find your father.
Yes.
Maybe she's worried she won't like what we find. Reassure her.
Hey, listen.
What is it?
Statue or no statue, I'm sure your dad was every bit the hero that your mom said he was.
Our archival work might not be the most glamorous way to chase down a lost relative, but it is effective.
You're right.
Okay, so we'll have to go out and help Lane get information. Now, let's talk to Seb.
About our Norian findings, would you forgive an observation before we start?
Sure. What's up?
This is the second time I've been able to just collaborate. The Axle helped me without question. Aram could get used to this.
And what did the combination of your excellent minds discover?
That marking you found, for Junction 4X9. It's a location code. The Norians and Enclave had a system to track the flow of raw magic. The Khan and I did some archival digging, and we know where it's located.
Junction maps aren't really my specialty. Ask for a quick primer.
Is that a common way to track piping?
Only for Norians. Our waterworks are hidden. It keeps their secrets. But also makes them hard to track.
In Taza, you mean?
Yes, but here too. The Enclave was invested in keeping the tapestry out of sight.
He sounds excited. Ask if this is what he was hoping to find.
You wanted to find something practical. This sounds like it counts.
Oh, Bryn, yes. I needed this. Something skillfully wrought and worthy of study. Even uncovering how they balanced the pressure would take years. Amazing.
He'll probably want me to scout it. Move on and see.
Since you know where this Junction whatever is, am I heading there?
Not just yet. I don't want to waste your time.
Oh?
My working theory is that they used that junction to rebalance the flow of raw magic to their worksite.
To what end?
If they wanted to test new piping technology, they'd need contents for the pipe. Water wouldn't behave like raw magic does. Compression and so on. Major junctions had valves that changed the pressures and flow, but took specialized tools to operate.
How specialized, exactly?
They were Norians. Why use a wrench when you can make a special secret wrench?
A wrench hunt, then. Sounds like a trick they play on junior artisans.
I doubt we'll just find one lying around. We did, however, find the designs. Encoded, of course.
I bet Solo's already heating up the forge.
Yes. I wish they didn't use such exotic alloys, but magical flow control requires them.
It's okay, Sev. I'm on it.
Alright, Norian piping conduit patch is what we need to make. Let's go talk to Sola.
These Norian designs are really something.
Looking over the fancy wrench?
Sev said you'd call it that. But yes, I've never seen anything so over-engineered in my life. Sev tells me they built it inscrutable so that no one could copy it. I simplified it down for our purposes.
That will make it easier to produce more.
Lot to learn from the Norians. Both what to do and cautionary tales.
Alright, so we have the Norian piping conduit patch. We have everything we need except for Stanek. Oh, and while we're here, we do have that new design for the Hearthguard gauntlets with bonus armor. But yeah, let's go get some Stanek from Casman. So Stanek requires 40 resources. We can get that easy. Especially with all this softwood we have. And there we go, 40. Get our one Stanek. And then go ahead and craft it.
Takes you back, doesn't it? Just like when we first arrived, trying to get things working, unaware there's a whole twist of piping under our feet.
One day we're just trying to get a loom gate functional.
And the next, we're going to have to face the heart of the Enclave and figure out how to fix this damned place.
If anyone can do it, it's Bryn.
Oh, of course you can. Anyway, enough of that. Do we need to send a team?
No. The valves were designed to be worked easily, even by one person. All it should take is a steady eye and a strong arm.
Asher strong? Or do I need to channel my inner big burly Ram?
You should be fine. That said, I do think all of you would look better with tusks.
You're entitled to your incorrect opinion.
Ha! So, feel up to some junction hunting, Bryn.
So much safer than my usual quarry. Less mobile, too.
Okay, we'll have to deal with the junction, and that's going to be over in the Institute. Let's take a look at this. At the Ark.
It's a little bit beautiful, isn't it? It's like reaching into the past and shaking hands with its designer. We have achieved much.
I think she'd be happy to see it up and running.
I think so too. Plans set in motion decades ago. Slowly ticking towards fruition. If we are so lucky.
Let's have a quick chat with Dom. He can weave our strand, and we can get Molten Barrage level 2. Oh, it's still showing new for some reason. There we go. Alright, and then we'll talk with Erican.
Oh, hey. I heard about you and Casman.
Oh. Yeah. You okay?
Of course. You and I are friends, and I'm delighted to see my friend in a relationship. So, she's doing okay, overall?
Had a rough spell, but she's doing so much better.
I heard the outline of it, but didn't want to pry. I'm really glad to hear she's good and that you're happy. All this time, the spindle was sneaking out of Cassidon's hold, and I had no idea.
Sounds like you two had more in common than you realized.
Just reminds me that you've got to tell people how you feel when you get the chance.
Was there something you wish you had told the spindle?
Just how much I appreciated her level head and expertise. And that we all knew her father wasn't why she was the spindle. You know, I can't stop thinking. Could Stannard have fixed the weather?
From what Sev said, the former eye was more a political animal than an expert.
Yeah, that makes sense. If only he'd shared what he had access to with people who were halfway competent. Anyway, I just hope Sev can keep digging. He's got a good head on his shoulders.
Okay, now for another quest, a matter of export.
Hey, Bryn. Sorry, was lost in thought. It's this scry thing. It's been bothering me.
You said it felt different from the ones you're used to.
Yours was much more intense than any we have. And I need to know why. Have we overused them? I don't think so. Yours is at least as old and clearly has seen good service.
That does seem strange.
Yeah, I went digging through everything I could find about the scries. Even tore into the Eye's private records after Sev pointed me to the right place. Dug up something promising.
A sudden burst of bureaucratic insight.
Yeah, yes, I suppose. Shipping records for scries. There were some set to go out right around the surge.
Exports? To bands like ours?
Probably. Well, that's the problem, though. There's a lot of very specific shorthand on these manifests I just don't understand.
We should talk to Casmin. She lives and breathes shipping logistics.
I was hoping you'd suggest that. I was considering asking her myself, but...
She's a little intimidating?
No, that's Aurea. Casmin just seems busy. Always busy.
The key is to catch her after a nap. Way more relaxed with some sleep. We can talk to her together.
Okay, let's have a chat with Casmin.
Hey Kaz, Arakim has a question.
Is that why you've been lurking around here? Bad habit, you.
Yes. I need some help puzzling out shipping manifests from before the surge.
Scries, secured export, dates. You think some scries never made it past the Veil?
Doesn't it usually take some time to figure that kind of thing out?
Yes, but I'm a genius. This is what I do, Bryn. So, we should run these down. The records here aren't complete, though. They don't confirm the shipment.
Any idea how we do that?
This is where Bryn does what she does. Off the top of my head, there's 3 places we should look. Drover's Gate in the lower city is obvious. Logs will be there. Also, I imagine the Bastion would track export of any and all scries. Military applications. And we should canvass the Hearthsiders. Maybe someone still alive who worked the caravans. I'd ask the Axel. She'd know who to ask. And we're not welcome in the general populace at Cassidans.
We have that in common. Impressive.
I'm just showing off at our point here. That's the other thing I do.
Okay, we've got 3 locations to track down. One is easy. We're going to Cassidon's Hold to see who can give us some information. So we will speak to the Axel.
I was hoping you could help me with an investigation. I'm looking for some missing scries.
Have you lost yours somehow?
No, but I have a lead on a shipment that went missing right around the surge. I was hoping you could ask around the Hearthsider homesteads to see if anyone was working the caravans when the veil went up.
Ah, and this is related to Arakim making a mess of our records, I assume.
Yes?
Very well. I will ask around as a favor to you, Bryn.
Okay. So, let's get back to working on our main quest. We're gonna head to the Spire in Upper Denevron. And of course, we're going to the Spire.
Council records are meant to be public. Wonder what else the Eye was hiding from his people.
Okay, we've got an archer arc. Pull him over and beat him up. Oh, he's got some heavy armor. Barely scratching him. And we've got, ooh, some more very heavily armored arcs. Do a barrage, that wasn't a very good one. Need explosives. Arrows don't hurt him. Well, fire's doing pretty well. I thought there was an archer too. If there was, he left. Alright, whatever. We're getting in the spider. Alright, we've got a heavily armored archer. Oh, light me up. Ow. Oh, I see. I'm getting it from two sides. I was wondering what was happening. Throw him into the fire. We'll put a molten barrage on him. I can't even see him in there. He's dead. Okay, pick up the goodies. Oh, archer. Alright, we could use some tonics if we could find any. I don't see any. Let's get a new Ember Buddy. Let's see, we've got 2 arcs. Yep, just 2. Alright, let's load him up with explosives. That was pretty good, and he's gone. So we have a letter of concern.
Records on the construction and maintenance of grand gates across the Enclave.
Okay, we got the information we needed here. We'll go to the Institute next. Let's see, is there any tonics for me to get anywhere? Maybe over here. There we go. And I may as well play it safe. We'll just go full health. Okay, let's head to the Institute. We've got a Highland Ice Claw down there and a Flash Freeze. Gross. We're going to the Eastern Circuit of Musing.
My. That's the eye signet. Did you know it can reveal the Enclave's secrets? Not that I needed it to pry into the eye's darker truths. Let me guess. You're trying to find another way to reach the source. I'm all for it. We'll be able to speak more easily then.
Ugh, I'm sick of your voice already.
Such impoliteness is unbecoming of you. Didn't your parents raise you to be a nice, respectful girl? I gathered from how the eye spoke of his own daughter that those are the core values your kind instills in their offspring.
Well, the Highland Ice Claw is fighting stuff down there. I would rather not fight it. I don't really have a need to. But if it comes to that, we will. I think it's gonna move past though. Let's just give it a moment. Well, it's kind of just hanging out actually. Oh no, there it goes. Needs to go a little bit further. So we're trying to go to that. I don't know what it is. Kind of looks like an airlift, but I think it's something else. We're trying to go there. The searchborn are attacking it and he's just ignoring it. Well, whatever. Oh, who's after me? He is. Oh, he got me? Oh, weird. I dodged it, but it still affected me. Shattered him quick. Let's get an Ember Buddy. Explosions! Nope. Trying to pick that up. There we go. Oh, did I lose Limber Buddy? I did. Oh no, I didn't. He's still there. Oh, I hear the bird though. We gotta hurry up. Where's that bird? Oh, Buddy's blowing up. Alright, what do we got here? Coral sample.
Field notes from an expedition to the source shortly after the surge. Enchanters to suffer severe damage to the core. All who participated in the expedition were sworn to secrecy by the Eye and Power at the time.
Okay, now while we're here, we're gonna do Sev's quest, which is this way. Let's see, can we get any tonics maybe from here? There we go. That's what we wanted. Oh, one of these. Oh, two of these. They're the worst. Oh, terrible shots. This. Oh, jeez, it's nasty in here. Let's do Molten Barrage. That'll help. Let's light them on fire, too. Oh, that cleaned house. That was good. Get in our buddy. Molten Barrage. Oh, I see that bird nearby. I'm gonna let my Ember Buddy fight him. Possibly lose. I'm kind of curious how well he'll hold up. I don't think he can be. Oh no. Why is the bird after me? Wait, is he after me? Apparently. I don't know why the bird's after me. Supposedly. Wait, what is happening? Why am I getting so many guys on me? Alright, we're just gonna keep fighting. If we have to deal with the bird, we'll deal with it. Wait, and now the bird's gone? What just happened? I have no idea. Alright, well apparently we don't have to deal with the ice claw. That works for me. We do have to deal with this ice though. Grab this. Toss it. Grab this. Toss it. Ah, another? Oh, no, it's a dog.
You should be close to the junction now.
Okay, there's the junction. I need to clear this out. No explosive? I guess not. Fire it is. Oh, we made him angry. Bring in the buddy. Let's do Molten Barrage. Do a flame swipe. We do so much more damage now, it's great. So, here's the junction.
Okay, that turned easily enough. Creaked a little, but seems stable now.
Perfect.
Certainly easier than Loomgate repair.
If we could have stopped the flow with a tool like this, the Hollow's Loomgate would have been trivial.
That should have cleared the Norian worksite.
Only one way to find out.
Okay, so Norian worksite's supposed to be clear now. We'll worry about that later. We're gonna go to the Bastion now, so let's head back to the Loomgate. Let's see if the Ice Claw attacks us or not. I think we're okay, though. Although I hear it's close by. Where is it? Let's climb quickly. I don't want to fight that thing. I hear it. No idea where it is. Oh, it's coming in. Okay. We're out of here. So, we're going to the Bastion. There's an Arc of Living Flame there. We'll go to... Let's go to the Garrison Bunker.
The Bastion. Lane said to look for regiment records. Last time we went looking for answers in the Bastion. Half the documents were torn to shreds. What else were they hiding behind the Eye's signet?
Little buddy's here. Catch! Is he fighting something? Yes, he is. Surprised there was a Surgeborn and an Ark and they weren't fighting. Alright, so anyways, we use our Eye Signet over here. Oh, hi. Oh, I'm kicking him. That's not what I want. Alright, so our eye signet gives us the energy readings.
Looks like research that's been compiled on the ecological and geographic impact of the surge across the Enclave's landscape. There's an entire section on the widening of the Great Chasm.
Okay, compile research on the source with Lane, but we're not done here in the Bastion yet. We still need to get the data on the scry exports. And then we also have to get Oberyn information for Oria. That Archer. Get over here, Archer. Ah, dang it. Another arc there. Eat that! Oh, he got melted. Ah. Full tonic, spec, full health. Beautiful. Okay, where's our Arc of the Living Flame? He sounds close. Ah, I got two of these archers. Oh, well, that's gonna hurt. Ow. Stuck me right to the wall. Oh, yeah, that arc sounds close. Alright, let's throw him on the ground and then we'll put a barrage right under him. Ow. Barrage actually didn't do much, did it? Okay. Bunch of goodies. There's that arc. I don't see him. Alright, well, let me go down. Try to figure out where the heck he is. I think he's on the other side of the building, which is totally fine if he's over there. Alright, so the export logs that are needed are right here. Analysis of power.
A detailed list of all scries exported from the Enclave. Some marked pending.
Perfect for cross-referencing in our little hunt.
Then we need the Oberyn data. The Oberyn data can be found in that tower. All the way at the top. We have regiment records.
These are the regiment records Lane asked for. My father told me stories about how instrumental the Oberyn were in the wars for Carnhaven's independence. They would glide behind enemy lines and strike with precision.
Okay. Let's head back to camp. So we've got to compile that research. The source. This report is for Enclave politicians with security clearance. The source is a natural fount of magic located deep underground that was discovered in the early stages of the Enclave. It does something that's been redacted to objects that are exposed to it, but Coral is unaffected. The Enclave sought to exploit the source and tried to figure out how it works and through their experiments they discovered coral functioned as a magical conduit that would let them build complex magical artifacts. The project was then split into two functions, one to figure out how to harness the source's power, and the other to harvest and utilize coral for magical engineering. The Enclave figured out how to grow coral on their own in other facilities, but the majority of it still came from the source. Their experiments on the source found that it reacts to energy input.
I hope you're not afraid of diving into bottomless pits.
Hardly. Maybe a little. Why?
Despite the Grand Gates no longer functioning, there is a more direct way to reach the source. By dropping straight down into a rift in Lower Denevron.
You know, last time I wanted to charge into a restricted area, you weren't so sure it was a great idea.
People change. Maybe I've learned a thing or two about calculated risk-taking from you. And the prospect of securing the source makes this a risk worth taking.
With this knowledge and Sev's plan to control the miasma with the aeroliths, I'll get Aurea to call a meeting with the Axle.
Perfect.
Consult with Aurea to invite the Axle to the camp.
Anyone else missing Seb? No. He was always quiet, but his presence was felt nonetheless.
I definitely miss his help, but I'm happy he's found his place in the band.
Space for now, personally.
Well, Sev's right over there. He's not far.
All right, everyone. Let's give Khan Arteme the rundown.
Using the aeroliths, I can trigger a miasma everywhere they affect above ground.
It is advised that your people remain indoors during this process.
The miasma will flow from the source, which will lessen the raw magic enough to keep Bryn safe while she escorts the Ark.
And how is she going to get there without the Grand Gate?
She'll drop in through the rift in Lower Denevron.
Skies, of course she will.
Don't worry. I've got plenty of experience scaling down cliffs.
Once she's in the underworks, she'll stay within the Ark's protective field and follow it to the source where it will fulfill its purpose, to pacify the Tangles.
And what about the Herald?
That's where you're going to need to trust me.
You really think you can do this?
With this Weaver band, I can do anything. Reassure her.
When I doubt my own abilities, I just look to my band. Kaz is prepared for plans A through Z. Dharm and Sola have me armed to the teeth. Aurea is going to guide me through thick and thin. Lane knows more about the Enclave than the people still living in it. Arik has brought us into your world, and Sev can control the freaking weather. How can I fail?
So? What do you say?
Kenrick lied to us for decades. It's hard to believe anyone who says they're going to take care of the Surgeborn now. But with how open you've been, and everything you've done for us already, you've earned my trust. We will stay and fight for our hearth.
Thank you.
Bryn, I'll coordinate with Sev. When you're ready, come see me.
And In Memories is complete.
Happy to be here. What a view you both have.
Careful not to block Arva's sunny patch.
But we still have a bunch of companion quests to get through. So, let's continue with that. Let's look around the camp real quick. Nobody is feeling chatty. So let's go to Glentwood Hollow. And we'll get some more Oberyn information for Aurea. And there's a Brennan Glasstail there and a Flash Freeze.
Bitter cold. And everywhere. Aeroliths acting up again.
I wonder if the plants have adapted to endure sudden frosts like these.
Alright, so our first little bit of Oberyn info is going to be in here. Go ahead and light this. And go down below. Oh, we got 2 chameleons. I wonder if we could just barrage them real quick. Yep, that worked great. Alright, we have census records.
Census records. The pivotal piece of the puzzle, as Elaine would say. Others might call them dull.
Alright, so where's our glass tail at? I don't want to deal with it. Sounds like it's... Oh, yep, it's coming around. If I hurry, I might get in front of it. We'll see. Well, this is the opposite of hurrying. There we go. Nope, definitely not going to beat it around that corner. I have to wait for it to pass. Considering I have a maxed out ice wall, I really have no reason to fight it. Oh, sounds like it's fighting something. Alright, we're gonna go this way. And that's kind of nasty. Multiple archers of high rank. Actually, he's not that armored, so it's not too bad. Hey. Sounds like it's coming around the corner again already. Let's make sure we're over here. Okay. And we're gonna go up this path. And follow this all the way to our quest. Dang it. Put ice on me. Stupid debuff. Oof. That's some pretty brutal damage. Okay, right here is the Oberyn info we needed. Hi, ice dogs. Or ice dog. Hold up. Ah. Oh, now you decide to help. Where were you? Okay, there we go. Wasn't pretty, but we took care of them. And we have a vendor roster.
A list of vendors. Maybe Oria's father is a man. My old point, Aaron, used to boast he could sell an Oberyn their molted feathers. Ugh.
Alright, let's head back to camp. Alright, talk to Oria. And, wait, that's not it. Alright, I need to compile with Lane. Codex compiling, Oberyn in the Enclave. So the Oberyn are influential across the meta and have easily integrated themselves into daily life. It was no different in the Enclave. Lane found 3 candidates that could be Oria's father by going through the census data. The most notable Oberyn were Sharian Harpene, the most notable Oberyn in the Enclave were I don't know how to pronounce her name. Sharian Harpene, which is Oria's mother, and Matteo Agretius, who are both memorialized in statues. Oberyn frequently held influential government seats and were also very important in the military. They were overrepresented in the Scout Corps because of their physical attributes. They were especially useful, especially like being able to glide around. Oberyn assimilated into the civilian populace and economy as well, but kept their unique cultural identity. They also maintained their cultural divide amongst themselves, and whether they clipped their wings or not, whether that was acceptable or not. Some liked to grow them out wild, and others liked practicality.
What have you got for us, Lane?
I've narrowed it down to 3 likely candidates. A Hallowpire priest, a farmer, and the last military commander prior to the evacuation to Cassidon's Hold.
A military commander sounds promising. How do we narrow down which of those 3 is my father?
That's where we step away from the books and do some investigating. Bryn?
I'll check the garrison, the market, and the Hallowpire Rise for any traces of these Oberyn.
Alrighty, so we need to gather some evidence of these different Oberyn and see if any of them fit Oria. Let's do that in Lord Denevron. We've got some other side quests to do there as well. Weather's clear there, and we've got a Highland Ice Claw. We're going to Broker's Arch. So we've got to get some export logs here for Ericum. Oh, geez, we got 3 shield guys, really? Let's take their shields. Oh, jerk. Oh my god, aggressive. Barrage! Here, let me help you. A little bit of fire. Oh, I thought I took out one of them. Alright, they're still both active. Healing up. Put them together, give them a barrage. Give them some extra flames. Extra flames everywhere. This is seriously nasty. 3 of these guys? Alright, we're down to 1. There we go. I don't think I've ever seen 3 of those together before. That was mean. Oh, let me get a little lowly archer. Alright, I'm not seeing our High Claw. Or Highland Ice Claw, rather. Go ahead, summon in a little friend. Oh, I didn't see him on the side. Alright, so those logs should be right in here. They are. I'll be taking that. Let's barrage this area. Got that. Just light everything on fire. Let's do another barrage. Oh, we got them all. Alright, cool. Over here we have caravan logs.
Detailed logs of every caravan to move in and out of the city.
Before the surge, the Enclave was a trade hub. This is one part of why they were so successful. Lane and I should be able to parse them quickly enough. See if any scries were due to go out.
Alright, that ice claw is kind of in the way. Hopefully it'll take off. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay, let's look for some evidence of the Oberyn that was here. What was he doing? Okay, there you go.
This was where the farmer Lane mentioned was selling his crops. I should look around.
So, right over here. Oh, hold on. Oh, just a single archer? Oh no, we got two. Throw him in the ice. That should kill him. Yep. Alright, so we have this.
Huh. A pair of silver glasses with an intricate cloth connecting them. Enchanted.
Could it be? Bryn, please, bring those back to camp.
Of course.
Okay, and now we need to go to the forge where that Tamarkind expert was. I hear the ice claw. I don't see it. Oh, I think I hear it over there. Yeah. Oh, hello, Surgeborn. Oh, I think they might be mad at me from below. Ow. That did not feel good. Pass that to him. Okay, let's see. Let me get my bearings. We want to go... Actually, a little turned around. We want to go this way. And the Iron Walk should be over here. Yeah, here we go.
Xavier's workshop should be.
Barrage! And explosive. He's having a bad time. Here, let's give him some more fire. He didn't like that. Alright, what do we have here?
Another set of schematics. This is sure to put a smile on someone's face.
Alright, we got schematics, and then over here we have a forge.
Solid and sturdy. Not made for traveling like Solar's. Xavier's diary. From a quick skim, it doesn't look like he was a particularly happy man.
Alright, cool. We got everything that we needed here. I don't know what's angry at us right now. I wonder if they're fighting the Highland Ice Claw. Well, either way, we're taking off. Okay, let's start by talking to Oria. Where there's smoke.
Have you taken a closer look at the glasses I found in the farmer stand?
I can hardly believe it. My mother's craft work is unmistakable. enchanted to adjust with degrading vision.
So we found your father. Lane's notes mentioned his name was Eugenius Osphine.
I guess so.
I thought you'd be happy.
No, I am.
This wasn't the news she was expecting. Tell her it's okay if she's disappointed.
I know you might have had different ideas about who your father is. It's okay if it takes time for this to sink in.
I thought I came from a long line of weavers. Now... Never mind.
Aurea.
I need to be alone right now.
Okay, our quest is complete. She's not too happy with the discovery, though. And what's this? There's something on the desk. Not actually sure. I got something off the desk. Okay. Next we shall talk to Solo.
The discoveries we can glean from your findings are incredible, Bryn. This schematic is much more complicated than the previous one, though. And I'm starting to realize why Tarmakind is a lost art.
What do you mean?
Xavier used a traditional forge because he needed to reach much higher temperatures to work the signature Tarmakind vents. Unfortunately, my forge is built for transport. It's unable to sustain those higher temperatures.
Could we improve it?
Dom had that idea of a set of enchanted hammers. They, combined with the forge, might be enough heat.
He'll be glad to hear it.
Could you maybe get him to enchant them on my behalf?
Why? I'm sure he'd be thrilled to help you.
I know. We're just not on the same page right now. I'd rather be further in my investigation before I speak to him. Besides, he mentioned he'd need some cinder linen for the enchantment, and I was thinking you could scavenge some for us.
All right. This is a little strange, but I guess I can talk to him for you.
Thanks.
Alright, sorry if you heard that alarm going off. It was an emergency alert on my phone. But not sure if it got picked up by my microphone or not. I think it did.
Lucia would make of our repairs to the Ark of Verdance. Not to mention its upcoming journey to the source.
To see their vision fulfilled, even decades after she conceived it.
So anyways, clearly Sola and Dom's relationship is still suffering a bit. I shall talk to Dom and see if he can make what we need.
Hey, Dom. Sola was wondering if you could enchant a set of hammers after all. She's finally ready to use them.
Of course, but why isn't she asking me to do it herself?
She's been a bit busy with the Tarmakind stuff she's working on.
Right. I'm happy to enchant the hammers. I'll need cinder linen to do it, though. Do you have any on you?
I've got cinder linen right here. Give it to him.
As a matter of fact, I do. Here.
Perfect. I've still got some of the byproduct from your drake harvest as well. I'll enchant them right away. Do you think I should be the one to bring them to Sola? Or would she prefer that you do it?
Why don't you bring them? This Tarmakind project is really important to her, and I think it would mean a lot if you helped out.
You're right. She's the love of my life, after all. I'm happy to help. But maybe you could join me? After all, you're the one she's been entrusting the details of her work to. Maybe she'd rather you be there.
I could come, if you really think that's best, but it kind of seems like the two of you should...
Great, it's settled. We'll both go.
Yeah. Okay.
Poor Bran, put in the middle. Okay, let's go talk to Sola.
This isn't working. The forge isn't hot enough.
I've stoked the forge before.
No, this work is somewhat more precise. It's not all bad news. I can forge a set of Tarmakind arms now. I'll give you the design. But the remaining pieces are too large to make without reaching the temperatures that Xavier was able to at his forge.
Sola, it's all right. We can figure this out. Maybe we need something stronger than cinder linen to augment the hammers.
No, enchanting isn't the solution. Sev and I need to head into Denevron to get Xavier's forge. It's built for this.
And it's exceptionally heavy. You and Sev are strong, but do you really think you'll be able to get it back here?
We have to try.
My love, I know this is important to you, but do you think Xavier's forge is a long-term solution? The caravan won't be able to carry it. You'll need to leave it behind when we start traveling again.
I don't want to keep traveling. I want to settle down. I want to stay in one place. I want a home.
But we're weavers. Our home is the open road. Traveling is what we do.
It doesn't have to be.
Staying in one place, it's not the life we decided on for ourselves.
It's not the life I thought I could have. But here, in the Enclave, it's possible. We could be weavers and stay. You could enchant, I could teach smithing. I could unravel the Tarmakind techniques and pass them on to a new generation.
You've clearly spent a great deal of time thinking this through. Without me. It's not what I planned for myself, though. Or even a life I want, for that matter.
But we're married. If we don't want the same life, where does that leave us?
I don't know.
They have a lot to talk about. Offer to give them space.
Maybe I should give you two some privacy to talk this out.
It's fine, Bryn. Clearly, Sola would rather speak to you about her hopes and dreams than me. Maybe it's best if we take some time apart. I'll go.
Fine.
Sola, are you...
I don't even know what just happened. I can't believe he just... left.
He was caught off guard. It will be okay, I promise.
I don't know anymore.
Alright, we completed that quest. We got a new design, but clearly those two are struggling. Sola wants to talk.
How you doing, Sola? That discussion with Dom was a little rough.
I'm frustrated and hurt. I feel like I don't ask for much, and when I finally do, he acts mystified.
He absolutely could have handled that better. But I think he was genuinely caught off guard.
How is that possible? I feel like I've been trying to tell him for ages. Or hint at it, at least.
Maybe that was the first time he really understood, though.
Maybe. I just need some time. And space.
I don't know if space is the best.
I can't have that conversation again right now. Especially if you won't consider... Never mind.
Alright, let's look at our new design. The Tarmakind Manichae, I guess? With bonus heat resistance. It's very, very shiny. Okay, now let's have Lane compile our research for Erikim. Magical exports. Erikim asked us to look into how the Enclave handled the export of rarer constructions like scries and aeroliths in the pursuit of a caravan we believe never left the territory. The Enclave made an effort to balance their exports between each nation, offering favorable deals to those nations that weren't purchasing as much to sort of catch them up. Evidence points to these tactics being ramped up over time, but it's unclear whether that was an economic plan or an attempt to make other nations dependent on them for their technology. We do know that having a technological edge was important to the Enclave, as they made an effort to bring the best and brightest to Denevron.
I think we can call that as close as we're going to get.
I agree. But good news, Arik. It's likely your caravan didn't leave.
You're sure?
Reasonably. We know which caravan was carrying a sealed case of 2 scries from the Keep records.
There's no log of it departing, and the logs were quite consistent, up to the surge.
And the Axel had several older drovers who told stories of caravans that lost control of their beasts in the panic. More than a few, sadly, pitched their entire caravan into the newly formed fissure in the lower city.
The runners would have recovered anything that important years ago were it still by the gate.
Suggesting the scries might have gone over the edge. Bryn, I hate to ask, but
I can take a look. Absolutely.
just be careful. The tangles get thick down there.
Alright, we're looking for a cart in Lower Denevron that may have gone over the edge down into the tangles. But I don't know if that's the one we're going to tackle at the moment. And we have another quest with Casman, putting down roots.
I hate to do this when we're already dealing with something like 7 distinct major crises each day. I've got 2 pieces of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?
Cass would put the worst news out front. Ask her to ease into it.
The second one.
Excellent choice. We have a stove problem. We use specially enchanted coals to maximize burn time and minimize weight, and we're dead out of them. And second, the stove itself is dented. Rather badly.
What? How did that happen?
I don't know. I don't do stove maintenance. I'm the logistics girl. Maybe Sev sat on it.
He's still got bum fur, so if he did, it wasn't on.
Regardless, this is a Dam and Sola fix. One problem each.
I'm not sure they're in the best place right now.
That's why I'm asking you. They both love you, and can be grown-ups for the good of the group. Arya's already sick of salad.
Alrighty. Let's go ahead and start by talking to Dom.
Ah, good. We're all here.
Yes, we're here to talk about the stove.
Anyway, stove's not working. Campfire sucks by comparison. How are we fixing this?
Yes, please, let's talk about the stove.
How did we run out of coal anyway? I spent 2 days in Varentia working on that last batch.
Sure, but then we ended up in the Enclave. So now we need to find more. Also in the Enclave.
I don't easily have the materials to process another batch. But the temple might have some. I hate to admit it, but that was the one really useful thing I took out of my time with the Church of the Hallowed Pyre. They know their fuels.
Great! Temple. But what good's coal without a proper place to burn it for cooking? Sola?
If we're able to find coal like before, then it'll just be a case of reforming and reinforcing the old stove. I will need a few materials. I'll draft up a list for Bryn.
Good. Excellent. We're moments away from hot food. Go team!
So I'll...
Go team!
Okay, we have a design for sturdy stove repair. Let me take a quick look at that. We need that enchanted hollow pyre coal, and the other resources are easy. So, let's see if Oria wants to talk yet. She does. Blaze of Glory. Let's check out this quest.
Hey, mind if we talk somewhere private?
Lead the way.
I won't be returning to expeditions. I've known for a while now, but I couldn't bring myself to admit it. My days as Point are over.
I thought you were recovering from your injury.
Not as well as I should be. That I got injured at all was a sign that I'm not as fast as I used to be. I should count myself lucky. Not many Points get a career this long, but I'm not ready for this to end. Especially here, of all places. What kind of legacy is it to reach the Enclave only to sit by the fire?
But you've had an incredible career. And it isn't ending just because you can't go on expeditions.
I know, but it's not the same. And some part of me was hoping to end on a big score. I thought if I found out who my father was, if he turned out to be some great weaver like my mother, it's silly.
Tell me.
I thought I could solidify my legacy in history. Make sense of what my own contributions have been, if anything at all.
You're an incredible weaver in your own right. You don't need impressive parents to prove that. And if you had to pick your last act as point, isn't finding your way into the Enclave the biggest score of all? You're everything I want to be.
That's very kind. Maybe in time I'll make peace with what my career has been. But for now, it's too raw.
Is there anything I can do?
Unless you can give me a few years back. This is grief I'll need to sit with for a while.
I understand. I wish there was something I could do to help Aurea see herself the way I see her. Lane knows a thing or two about recording legacies.
Okay, let's talk to Lane. Maybe she can help.
Lane, I was wondering if you could help me with something.
What is it?
Well, it turns out Aurea's search for her father wasn't just about finding her family.
Crusades into one's lineage rarely are. Let me guess. She didn't find the missing piece of herself that she hoped she would, and now she's having an existential crisis.
Yeah, that kind of sums it up.
It happens. So, what has all this really been about?
She knows she needs to retire, and she's struggling with what her legacy has been.
Ah, isn't it strange how the most accomplished people never seem to recognize their own success?
Yeah, I was hoping you could help with that. After all, isn't chronicling a legacy your specialty?
We could certainly commemorate her career with a written account. A lovely idea. I would suggest we personalize it with anecdotes from each of our traveling companions, as they've been in Aurea's band longer than you or I. Would you interview them for me? Legacies may be my specialty, but you might have the leg up when it comes to connecting with others.
Sure, I can do that. Any tips on what to ask them?
Ask whatever you like. Maybe you want a few humorous stories in the mix? Or some readers prefer heartfelt. Why don't I start by interviewing you?
Me?
Of course. We'll need your input. What has Aurea meant to you?
I've learned a lot from her. Highlight Aurea's expertise.
Before Aurea, I didn't really have much of a mentor when it came to weaving. Sure, I picked up things from my old band, but she takes passing on knowledge so seriously. And her love of our culture comes through in how she teaches.
Great. I'll transcribe that and start her biography. Take notes when you speak to the others and come back to me.
Okay. Let's talk to people about Aurea. Hi, Dom.
You know, a lot of points struggle with transitioning into a Watcher's role full-time. And there's never been a point more passionate than Aurea.
I know. I hope this eases her pain.
I'm sure it will. Now, what can I do to help?
It's no secret Aurea is a great leader. Ask him why that is.
What do you think makes Aurea such a strong leader?
She listens to her weaver's input when needed, yet remains decisive when a consensus can't be reached. The band I traveled with before fell apart due to disagreements over what our goals should have been. It was a difficult and tumultuous time in my career. I never wanted to live through that again.
I can relate. Traveling with Aurea is a completely different experience to my last band, too.
She has a clear vision for her band, and she chooses people that share her goals. Even when conflict arises, it doesn't last long, and Arya can diffuse it quickly. That's because we can all trust that one another's intentions are good. Leading a Weaver band is half the battle. Now, picking the Weavers? That's the tough part.
Thanks for sharing, Dom.
Okay, let's talk to Sola.
Bryn, I love what you're doing for Arya. How can I help?
Sola has been in the band the longest. Ask how Arya has evolved over the years.
You've been in the Weaver band the longest. How do you think Arya has changed throughout her career?
To be a point for as long as Arya has is extremely rare. The knowledge she's acquired at a time when Weavers have lost so much is invaluable. She's always been passionate about recovering what was lost since the Surge. Though, I think feeling alone in that ambition has taken a toll on her over the years.
In what way?
Not all Weavers are in this for our collective culture the way Arya is. Many of them only seek personal glory. When Casman didn't work out as her replacement point, she became worried she might never find someone that shared her vision for this band. It meant a lot when she finally found you.
Wow. Thank you, Sola.
Happy to help.
Okay, let's see what Casman has to say about Arya.
Your idea to commemorate Arya's career with Lane is lovely. How can I help?
Arya's heroics are legendary. Ask which deed we should include in Lane's account.
What is Arya's most impressive accomplishment?
It's tough to choose. But I always remember this time we were camping in the Sansa Plains. Arya had heard of a drake a few leagues north of where we made camp, believed to be one of the biggest in the Maida. She left on an expedition, hoping to return with a few scales or maybe a tooth. Gone for hours, she came barreling back into camp at nightfall, dragging its entire hide behind her. We ate and drank like royalty for a fortnight with all the riches that hide bartered on the Imperial black market. I don't know which memory is fonder. All of us gathered around the fire, sharing a bottle of aged mead. Or the look on her face when she dragged that hide into the campsite.
That's perfect. Thank you for sharing.
My pleasure.
Then finally we have Seb.
I haven't known Arya for as long as the others, but she's done a lot for me. I'd like to help with your project if I can.
Of course, Sev.
What do you want to know?
Seb joined more recently than the others. Ask why he chose this band.
What drew you to Arya's Weaver band?
Truthfully, it was Sola. I wanted to learn as a smith's apprentice, and her craftsmanship is unparalleled. But, I suppose, something she said about her leader always stuck with me. She said that Arya valued competence and accountability above all else. It didn't matter what your station was or where you came from. In the Norian order, station was all that mattered, along with towing the line. I don't know. I thought it would be freeing to just focus on the work for once.
I suppose getting trapped with us wasn't the freeing experience you hoped for.
In some ways, no. But it's nice to be valued for my work, instead of my ability to cover for a superior's poor behavior.
Thanks, Sev.
Glad to be of service.
Okay, we've talked to everyone. Let's return to Lane. Codex compiling the Chronicles of Arya Silverbeak. So, Casman said she was originally skeptical of Arya's offer of adventure, as that had little appeal to her, but she joined to take care of a close-knit band. In time, she even grew enamored with the element of adventure, at least from a safe distance. Her favorite memory of Aurea is the time she took down a massive ash peak drake in the Sansa Desert in the ensuing celebration. Oh, sorry, I scrolled a little too fast there. I got excited. Let's scroll down to here. So, Dom says that Aurea is a great leader because of her ability to listen yet be decisive when needed. She's also excellent at picking out talented weavers that share her vision. So, Sola talks about how Aurea wants to restore the collective knowledge of weaver culture. And, you know, she doesn't chase personal glory, and she's just looking to rebuild what was lost since the Surge. Then we have Sev, who talks about how Aurea values competency and accountability over all else. She doesn't really care about status in society. And, yeah, it's just a place to be true to yourself. And then Brent talks about how difficult it was to find a great mentor like Aurea and how it's the greatest gift of her career. Aurea's greatest contribution to Weaver culture was leading her band through the Veil and into the Enclave. And, yeah, even though she's not the point now, she's still in charge of things.
Ugh, my hand is cramped. But the account of Aurea's career is finished.
Great. I'll gather everyone if you're ready to present it.
I'll need to ice my quill hand. But, of course.
Let's hope she likes this.
She will.
What's going on?
We wanted to present the latest addition to Lane's archive to you, together. We all contributed, though credit goes to Lane for compiling and writing it.
I've titled it A True and Personal Account of Aurea Silverbeak Harpinet.
What is going on?
We wanted to do something special to commemorate your time as Point.
You didn't have to do all this.
We did. You've done more for each of us time and time again.
No one is more deserving of a place in Weaver history than you, Aurea.
So we took it upon ourselves to write you one.
As a thank you for everything.
I don't know what to say.
Lane, why don't you read just the opening?
Aurea Silverbeak, as she came to be known, was born to Sharian Harpinet and Eugenius Osphine inside the Enclave just before the Surge.
Osphine?
Though she never knew her father, her mother hoped Aurea would follow in her footsteps as a skilled enchantress within the Maida. But Aurea decided to become a Point, blazing her own trail. Something she would continue to do throughout her career, bigger and bolder each time. We'll let you read the rest on your own.
We hope this account will help you see yourself and your accomplishments the way we see you.
I'm at a loss. All I can say right now is thank you.
And that completes the Blaze of Glory quest. Now, Erikim clearly recognized that name when we were talking, so he now has a quest called Hearthfire.
Bryn, I was so moved by what you did for Aurea. It's clear she means a lot to all of you.
Thank you. She does.
But her father, Eugenius Osphine, I know who he is.
You do?
Yes, and I want you to make an offering for his grave. I can give you a key swatch to reach it.
Wait, you know where it is?
I do. And I'm sure Aurea would love to watch you visit on the scry.
Okay, but shouldn't we tell her?
Trust me, this is something you should show her directly. Come back when you've got the offering and I'll give you the key swatch.
Okay, we have a design for gravesite offering. So for this, we're gonna need a ton of Winter's Cap Stipe and Aurea's Feather. I wonder how many Winter's Cap we have. Let's take a look. So we need 20, and we currently have 10, so we need 10. And Oria's feather, we can get right off her desk.
One of Oria's feathers would be beautiful as part of the offering for her father's grave.
So let's talk to Casman. Trade supplies. Those winter caps are gonna be 4 each, so we need 40. 40 supplies. Alright, we need 4 more. That and that. Alright, give me 10 of these. And now we can make that offering.
An offering for you, Junius. Time to talk to Arik.
Oh, and he wants to talk.
By the way, did you hear what Oria said to me?
No?
I guess you can call me Madame Osphine.
No!
Oh, yes. You are a smart, capable, and amazing person. But you're a menace.
Okay, now for our quest.
I've made an offering for Eugenius's grave.
Great. Here's the key swatch to his farm. That's where he was buried. I'll join Oria at the scry when you arrive.
Are you sure you don't want to be the one to place the offering? This was your idea, after all.
It will be more meaningful for her if it's you. Trust me.
All right. Thank you for this.
Okay, so we have a new area. Osphine Pastures. Let's go check it out. The farm sought by Oria is now available.
What is this place?
Osphine Pastures. Your father's farm. I thought you'd want to see it for yourself.
My father lived here.
More than lived. He gave his blood, sweat, and tears for the Enclave here. Eugenius Osphine may not have a statue in Denevron for excellence in weaving or kissing the eye's arse, but he kept the surviving weavers afloat during the aftermath of the Surge.
I had no idea.
Alright, well, it's a very peaceful place. Let's quickly go up the road. You can see there's a codex fragment over here. This one is Road to Market. And there's also another codex fragment over here. Quiet Pond.
After the Surge, he only kept enough produce to take care of himself and his workers. The rest went to weavers across the Enclave, and his generosity led to many helping him in return.
I can't believe he did so much for the Enclave.
He was a true leader, if not in the most traditional way. A community of workers formed around him, including ex-points, who would transport his food across the Enclave in these caravans. Many of whom went on to form the Scouts as an organization that still exists within Cassidan's Hold today.
So that's how you know all this.
Before the Arcs began malfunctioning, they were integral to farming across the Enclave. Many farmers refused to stop using them because of their efficiency, even at the risk of their farmhands being attacked. But your father scrapped his arcs as soon as he got wind of the first malfunction to keep his workers safe.
That can't have been an easy decision.
But he made it anyway.
Everyone thought he was mad at the time, but in a few months when the attacks became widespread, his forethought was recognized.
Okay, let's head up the hill over here.
After the surge, aftershocks destroyed many farms, including this one. Tangles spread across the land, crops began to die. While other farmers abandoned their livelihood, Eugenius never did. He had to rebuild many times, but he weathered every storm.
Wow. My mother told me he was driven.
Of all his workers, Eugenius was said to be the first one in the field each morning and the last to leave at night.
He sounds a lot like you, Aurea.
Okay, then we come over here.
This looks like a wooden carving of your mother, Aurea.
Please, bring it back for me.
Of course. This must be your father's grave, Aurea. I'll place an offering here. It certainly won't be lonely. Are all these offerings for Eugenius, Eric? Some of the flowers are fresh.
The scouts continue to take care of his grave to this day, to honor all the sacrifices he made for the Enclave.
He must have been an incredible man.
This is so much more than I ever could have expected. Thank you for showing me, Eric. Truly. And Bryn, when you come back to camp, there's something I need to do.
Oh, I don't know why my controller's freaking out. Anyways. It seems to want to tell me a lot. Okay, anyways, before we leave, let's go down here. And get our final fragment, the Weathered Diary. Okay. Now we'll head back to camp. Unfortunately, we can't use our loom shard, so we gotta run back to the gate. Okay, back to camp. And we'll see how Aurea's doing.
All right, everyone. It's no secret that my role in our band is changing. What each of you has done to help me find peace in that is more than anyone deserves. And the time has come for me to say that serving each of you as point has been just... Being your point has been the privilege of my life. I've loved every minute of it. But in every ending, there's a new beginning. She's been doing the job since we got here, and the time has come for us to congratulate Bryn on formally becoming your point.
Well deserved.
She's been exceptional. We're in great hands.
Bryn, care to say a few words?
I just want to do right by all of them. Promise to work hard.
You're all legends in your own right. You each inspire me to be better all the time. All I can say is, I will work as hard as I can so that I don't let you down.
It's crazy to think I ever doubted you. But you were made for this. I'd follow you anywhere.
I couldn't ask for someone better to pass the torch to.
Thank you, Aurea. That means everything.
You earned it. And I should have done it a while ago. It was just hard to let go.
Okay, Hearthfire is complete. Now if we head over to Lane, she's got a codex for us. Osphine Pastures. Osphine Pastures established itself as arguably the Enclave's last refuge of peace and prosperity under the stewardship of Oria's father. The valley where the farm is located was spared from the worst of the Surge's upheavals, and any damage was quickly repaired. The homestead has a history dating all the way back to the founding of the Empire. I don't know why I call it the Empire. Not the Empire, the Enclave. The Empire is a different place. The Osphine family laid claim to the lands in an attempt to supply the growing population of Arden's Landing, which was the very first settlement. The continued survival of the pastures was largely due to Eugenius identifying malfunctions in the Ark laborers and removing them completely. His farmstead was a lifeline for Hearthsiders, while the rest of the farms were obliterated by the constructs. Diaries from both Osphine and his contemporaries tell of a heartbroken man, worried about what became of his family. He threw himself into his woodworking as a distraction. Survivors of the Surge still tend to his grave until this day, and the farm still provides much-needed supplies. Okay, so we've got a couple of quests still active. Let's head to Upper Denevron. We'll get that charcoal that they need. There's an Ark of the Forge there, but we shouldn't be anywhere near that. We're going back to the Guild District. So, as usual, we've got these arcs in our way. One's coming down quick. Check him out. Look out, everybody. Alright, these guys have such an annoying amount of health. Right, we got 2 archers and the shield guy over here. I'm gonna grab that archer. Throw him over there. Where'd that other archer go? Oh, is he down here? Hi there. Okay, that other arc didn't bother us. We'll just keep going. Didn't let him get away. And we got another archer. Oh, yeah, I just made somebody angry. Ow, that hurt. Alright, who did I hear over here? This guy. Another archer? Yeah, I'm gonna heal up now. Smash! Okay.
This place never fails to impress. Just imagine it before the veil went up. Wouldn't have had to scavenge for alchemically treated coal at any rate.
Smash him. I'm surprised there's not more. Oh, he's coming. Okay, so the coal that we need is actually up top. Let's climb. Oh wait, not this. Let's climb right here. Oh, we got an archer. Too slow, archer. Got another one over there. Got him. And we got the hollow pyre coal. Okay, we're done here. Heading back to camp. Hello, Dom.
One never quite forgets that smell.
Temple coal taking you back?
Unfortunately, yes. It conjures up images of stern keepers, hot stuffy vestibules, and ranted invective posing as sermons on the evils of magic. It was everywhere in Renland. The church has the nation in a stranglehold, and so I left at considerable speed. I don't think I really stopped running at all until... well...
Until you met the love of your life.
yes. I thought so. I still hope so.
It's been a strain on you both.
I'm sure everyone has noticed.
Need an ear?
Maybe. It's clear she yearns to just stay here in the Enclave, even if we brought down the veil. But I find comfort in the road. It has few preachers and no community dedicated to strangling out individuality.
Worried if you stop moving that it will catch up with you?
I suppose I am still running, in a way.
Does she know that?
It's not something I want to burden her with.
She's strong, in a lot of ways. Something to think about.
Right. Yes, I shall.
Alright, we got the enchanted hollow pyre coal. And now we can craft the stove repair. And we'll just use our crappy resources. Bronze will work, and a colifer.
It's significantly easier to do a repair than working up a new suit of armor from scratch. I'm going to go soft.
We could use some really intricate chandeliers to brighten up the place.
Casman would be happy. Though, I strongly suspect this entire thing is an elaborate ruse to get Dom and I talking.
It's not like her to run out of things, it's true. Is it working, do you think?
I don't know. The intentions are good, but I'm hurting.
I think you both are.
Yes. But I'm the one who's been following his dream of wandering the Maida for years. And the moment I say, hey, maybe we could do something else, he shuts down.
You're right. That doesn't seem fair.
It isn't.
He didn't have a great reaction to what you said, it's true. But at the same time, he was rather caught off guard.
Well, perhaps it was a little abrupt?
Maybe he deserves a chance to have a second reaction?
You're as bad as Casman. Speaking of, we should see her and present the fruits of our labors.
Okay. present the stove to Casman.
I had a chance to run a test, and I would say our stove is cooking better than ever. Keeps the heat well, burns clean, a job well done.
Dom's always been very good at treating that kind of coal. Must be the Wren in him.
Hardly. No, I simply find my inspiration in...
I think...
Shh. Sola, I have an idea.
Oh?
Tarmakind uses exceptionally precise temperatures to work the metal, yes? Sometimes exceptionally high?
I mean, yes, but...
I finished Xavier's journals. He was quite thorough and talked extensively about working with the Halopire priests.
Nothing quite helps me commune with the flames like someone slamming a hammer into metal.
You'd be surprised. But I imagine Dom means the shrine underground. I saw it mentioned too.
Precisely. And perhaps we could lean on our intrepid point to investigate.
Of course. I'd be happy to.
They must have kept records. Samples, perhaps.
I really appreciate this.
Okay. So we gotta go get some records and samples for them. I guess we could do that right now. Let's knot that out now. That's gonna be in the Archon's Hearth, where there's an Ash Peak Drake and a Flash Freeze. That's an interesting combo. We're going back to the Axel's Arch. Okay, a little chilly down here. Oh, we're lagging. Oh, we're okay now. Let's bring in Amber Buddy. It's actually doing some pretty good damage to the flame dude. Oh no, my flame buddy! Okay, so we want to head this way. Not sure where that Ash Peak might be. We want to keep an eye out for him.
Intriguing to think of Weaver Smiths and priests working side by side down here.
The preachers you grew up with would launch an hour-long diatribe at the very thought, yeah?
An hour would just be the introduction.
Alright, so over here we have Tamarkine schematics. Weird that we haven't seen the Drake. Oh, I think I hear him. Don't see him, but I hear him somewhere. Anyways, get rid of this. Can't grab that for some reason. This last ice piece.
This is promising. Detailed smithing logs with Xavier's name on them. Lots of sketched out designs, mostly in the margins.
Doodles always help me.
Alright, so we got Xavier's notes and Tamarkine notes. Alright, put that god awful ice debuff on me. Oh, jeez, I'm getting wrecked. Oh, I'm lagging again. There we go. Weird. Okay, so now we need to go this way and down into this gorge, I guess we'll call it. Fire cave? Or fire valley? I don't know. Whatever this is.
Is that bottled magma?
I've got one. I can't believe it's still warm. And you can feel the magic pulsing through it.
I wonder if proximity to the coral has affected it in some way.
Think that's all I'm going to find down here. Get your research hat ready, Lane. There's a lot.
I do not need a hat.
All right, we're heading back. So we need Lane to compile our research. Tamarkine smithing. Tamarkine smithing is considered a lost art among armorers. It was a style of forging armor that used specific cuts in the plates before shaping to create seamless folds. The armor was light, strong, visually distinct, and highly desirable for points. The technique requires a heavy forge that can reach high temperatures to allow the metal, or rather, the technique requires a heavy forge that can reach high temperatures to alloy the metal on larger pieces of armor. It fell out of fashion due to the cost and complexity. Xavier Nobreop, if I'm saying his name correctly, began working with the Holopire priests to innovate on a heat source that was easily transportable to use for the technique. They discovered that magic-infused magma could be used.
This is really very clever.
You figured it out then?
Yes, Xavier's idea was to use an alchemical process similar to what Dharm and I just did to treat the coals. Elements left over from weaving flame strands distilled and used to treat magma.
Literal magma? The blood of the earth?
Enchanted magma. Measured precisely from one of Xavier's containers, he could delicately control temperature in a forge or foundry.
Sola will be over the moon. I'll let her know.
And I'll collate the more technical details. They'll be ready when she is.
Okay, talk to Sola.
Magma? Can you believe it?
Is it not lava?
I thought it was only lava if it bubbled up from underground. But now I'll have to ask Lane.
You heard the news then?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bryn. We ruined the surprise.
It's fine. Just nice to see you so happy.
We're confident that between the two of us, we can make Xavier's plan work.
And I'm keen to try it out. I was up sketching all night, and I have an idea for some armor to act as a test. If it works, we'll gather more. The veil has to open someday, and with this magma, we could be on the road for months.
Or maybe we'll stay. Either option provides you many potential students.
Or maybe, just maybe,
We could do both.
we'll make it work. After we get this bloody enclave sorted out. Right, Bryn?
I have every faith we will.
All right, we got Tamarkine chassis. Our putting down roots quest is complete. And we also got the Tamarkine scale plate. And Sola wants to chat.
So, I strongly suspect shenanigans, but also thank you.
About the stove?
Oh, absolutely. But shenanigans almost always come from a place of love.
Or lead to one.
Well said. And this forge is going to be invaluable, so we all benefit, including the future students I'm imagining up.
Any standouts in your illusory class?
There's a shy, red-headed lad named Carlos. He's going to go far. I just know it.
Okay, let's check out those new designs. We have the Tamarkine scale plate. Looks kind of interesting. A little gaudy, but I kind of like it. And the chouses. Okay, now Oh, Lane wants to talk.
It's nice to have the camp stove working properly again. Even if it took Casmin quietly tossing our coal supply into the hollow one night to make it happen.
Wait, she did?
Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned that. But Darm and Solar have reconciled, which I suspect was her whole plan, so hopefully it's okay. Still, Kaz doesn't like for people to know she's a romantic at heart.
Oh, well, I am very glad you mentioned this. Thank you, Lane.
Just go easy on the teasing. I don't want her to serve my stew cold all week.
Okay. Oh, now Casmin wants to talk. Hi, Casmin.
So, I was having a chat with Lane.
Oh?
Said something about you stashing coal outside the camp.
Oh, gods, they saw that?
Sure did.
Oh, I was so careful. Listen, Bryn, you know why I did it, right?
Because our Enchanter and Smith need to keep working together.
Yes, and they need to keep talking. They're so good together. So, I did what I had to. Just don't tell anyone, okay?
Kaz,
Yeah?
I think everyone knows. Except maybe Dom.
Gods, that's embarrassing.
You might want to sneak that coal back into the stocks at some point.
Already did. It was distracting to know the count was wrong.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Lower Denevron now for Ericim's quest. So we're heading back to Broker's Arch. And it is all miasma. Let's see, we want to be somewhere around there. Yeah, that's where we're going. We can just follow the cliffside here.
Should be close to where the scry-carrying caravan might have gone over the edge.
I'll have a look.
I was gonna say, I know I heard a Spitfire. Okay. Oh. Oh, they're fighting. Okay, that works for me. Here we are.
Good news, Aaron.
I can see. That's quite possibly our lost scries.
Will you be able to retrieve it?
Now that we've identified it, yes.
All right, back to camp.
And then the priest says, that's not how you extinguish the holy flame.
I thought you never extinguished the holy flame.
They make certain exceptions when it threatens centuries-old tapestries.
You never talked about your time in the church.
They're not happy memories.
No, but they're yours.
Then let's not fight again so I have more time to share them.
That's unreasonable. Let's just make sure we're talking.
Of course, my love. After all, I love you like I love you.
I love you too.
Oh, they're all made up. Okay, Ericim, I did the thing. Oh, and Dom wants to talk.
Bryn, I was just thinking about how we managed to trap the heat of molten rock itself.
And you and your wife seem through a complicated patch?
I never doubted we would find a way through. This time was different than the other spats we've had. I am
very grateful for your help. I would not know what to do without Sola. She is very much my guiding star.
You're welcome. You big romantic. Just keep talking to her, and the nights will be cloudless.
Indeed. Indeed.
I can't believe we actually did it. It's been a pleasure working with your band. If we could match the drive and efficiency you all show, this place would be fixed in months.
He's been a good ally. Let him know it's mutually beneficial.
You've been a support since we met, Arakim. I'm happy to work with you, especially if it helps us recover lost treasures.
We make a good team, Bryn. I'll get the runners on hauling that crate up and let you know when I know more.
Okay, a matter of export is complete. And he's got another quest. He wants to talk first.
Teams are already working on the recovery of that chest you found.
Think we'll get lucky and it'll be the Scries?
I'm allowing myself a glimmer of hope. All the research we did says it's possible.
Okay, now compare and contrast.
Do you know what's amazing?
Tell me.
Digging into the past and salvaging relics that change your understanding of everything we do. Maybe this is old hat for you, because you've been free to do it for so long.
I haven't been doing it that long, but I can't imagine it will ever get old.
Well, good. So, our relics of the day are those scries we recovered, which work very much like yours, which demolishes my original bet on ours having been affected by this surge somehow. My best guess now is that they're working so well because they were packed up so tight. I floated the idea with Dharm, and he was pretty into it. Want to join me in following up?
Oh, don't need me to do the asking this time?
No. I'm getting the hang of this.
Okay, we'll go chat with Dom. Hi, Dom.
It's good you're here, Bryn. We have a mystery to solve.
A scrinundrum. Ah, no, that doesn't work.
Scriddle?
Ah, damn it. That's so much better.
You two are fun. To business, though, what we need to really work on the Scries is a new set of the tools I use to maintain ours.
Do you not have them?
Lost in our mad dash through the Veil. I hadn't felt the urgent need to replace them just yet, but if we're to compare and contrast our three classes of Scry, we'll need them.
Seems odd this didn't come up earlier. Ask why we need them now.
We haven't needed these tools until now?
Like most Enclave enchantments, the Scries are incredibly durable. I normally maintain ours every few months. We had more pressing matters at hand, until this mystery reared its head.
I wasn't aware Dom had to do maintenance. Ask what he uses.
What exactly do these tools involve?
They are so very fiddly. Small optics for examining the casing, tiny enchanted ones to tug at the patterns that form the images and keep the sound clear. That sort of thing. Like tuning an instrument.
We're not the only weavers here. Ask if we could get some from the hold.
Could we not borrow some from Arek's people?
I tried. I would consider their tools insufficient to our needs.
He's saying they're bad.
I'm saying they're bad, but politely.
It was good I'm here. Proceed to what they need from me.
This is usually the part where I find myself wrestling a giant lizard or something. So you might as well just tell me now.
Bryn, you never fail to cut to the heart of the matter, but I have good tidings. We need you to pick a flower.
A flower? That's it?
Not quite. It's from a plant renowned for its magical sensitivity called Mirian's Bloom.
And the tricky part, Dom was telling me, is that it can't be moved via any kind of teleportation. No loom gates and such.
Indeed, and complicating matters, it withers very quickly once picked. Lane and I can stabilize it, but we'll need our workstations here to do so, which means...
I'm going to have to run.
Pretty much. Sorry about that.
I'll just stretch extra. Do we know where I can find some?
Yes, in the swamp not too far from here, on the other side of the hollow.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, we got a design scry maintenance. We need that flower, though. And it's in Dredger's Mire. And hello, Casman. She wants to talk again.
I've been reading over those caravan logs you brought in when helping Arik.
A little light reading before bed?
They do help me sleep. You know how important that is. The Enclave had 3 secrets to their trade success. These logs are good insight into how they leveraged that.
She seems keen to tell me. Ask her to lay it out for me.
And you would very much like to tell me about how they did it, right?
You might only be asking because you have a giant crush on me and know I want to tell you, and that is adorable. Yes, I do want to tell someone, so brace yourself. So, the 3 keys to their success, right? The first was no wars. The Enclave never fought. Instead, they made it clear with loom gates and the arcs that messing with them was tactically doomed.
So they could trade with everyone, even 2 nations at war with one another.
That was their second key. Unique products. The Enclave was the only place producing their enchantments. Try to declare a trade sanction against them for trading with your foe, and suddenly your foe has an edge you just lost.
That's a deft bit of maneuvering.
Their third key was having access to land and sea trade routes. Renland and Taza both relied on Enclave trade by land. Either one attempting to cut off caravans would provoke a response from the other. And the Enclave's north was unassailable by sea. That's why they built Cassidon's Hold.
Sharing trade knowledge is your happy place, isn't it, Kaz?
Oh yes. And do you know there's another place that's got 2 of these 3 advantages?
Where?
Your home. Calnhaven.
We don't have access to sea trade. And I wouldn't say we're at peace either. But you're thinking of our steel.
Best in the Maida. And you're the only people who know how to make it. Not only that, but while the Empire would love to put you back under their heel, they can't, can they?
No. Because we've started trading with other nations like Renland who wouldn't want to lose access.
That's peace.
So all we need is a port and we could be Enclave the Second?
Pretty much. I'm sure your leaders...
The Adelrad.
Right. Are aware of that. Probably the Empire too. Just fascinating how history repeats.
If we ever get out of here, I'll talk to my mother about this. Show her life on the roads helped me learn some things.
We'll get out. And when we do, I want to meet her. Tell her how great her daughter is.
Okay, so we're heading to Dredger's Mire. We have 2 things to do. We gotta go back to that Norian work site, and we gotta get that flower. And there's an Ark of the Wintertide there. But the weather's clear. We'll go to the Hollow Pyre Shrine.
I'm going to let Arik power the scry for your run with the Bloom Bryn.
Appreciate it, Aurea.
You could use the practice.
Ouch. Alright, we'll go to the worksite first. We do have... crossbow archer dude. Nope, there's another one. I do hear stomping nearby. Our arc must be close.
Good news, Sev. The cave looks tangle-free.
That seals it then. Ah, literally and figuratively.
So, is this broken one the new, improved piping?
No, they haven't replaced it yet. We can run our tests later.
First things first, we need to deal with the source problem before we can even think about the tapestry.
One problem at a time. I agree.
Okay. Had to interact. I don't know what that did, to be honest, but we're done there. And now we gotta find that plant. That's gonna be over in the Archon's Expanse, that area where all the Archons are disabled / destroyed. I hear our Arch. I have no idea where it is. Kinda sounds like it's over here, but those footsteps can be very deceiving. Actually, it kinda sounds like it's up there. Anyways, let's look for the plant. I think that's it, actually. Yep, there it is.
Here goes.
Good. Now move. We'll be ready.
Okay, gotta go quick. So we gotta run all the way back to camp. I don't actually know if you have to go quick. I'm pretty sure you can take as much time as you need, but I'm going to assume I need to go quick. Oh, freaking chameleons. Oh, I lost sight of him. There he is. Oh, Spitfire too. Alright, took care of him. So let's see. Let's go down this way. So there's the loom gate. We can't take that. And this is the path to Glintwood Hollow.
Good progress, Bryn. Smooth and steady.
Well, they seem happy with my speed so far.
It's looking a bit off.
That's normal. Just keep moving and you'll be fine.
Alright, we are going to take a quick detour though. There's a codex fragment I want to get while we're here. It's going to take a little bit of climbing. Oh, crap. That's a lot of dogs. Oh, how'd that get on me? I dodged it. Everybody's here. Ah! Poor Ember buddy. Give him a little bit of help.
The room's definitely a bit dry.
This is a challenging distance to cover. Just keep at it.
Okay, well, it is... I think we're gonna avoid combat and just quickly get that codex fragment and run past so we get the flower there in time. But we're going up here to get that codex fragment. Let's see, right there. So let's aim right there. Oh, that's not even close. Ow. Well, now we're messing up. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to hurry.
This flower is not looking good, folks.
Big push.
Alright, hold on. Hold on, Bren. Let's go here. Got it. Okay. We're going. Alright, avoid the fights. We're just running. I think we can make it. think we can make it. We don't have too much further to go. Go away, Surge Boyne. Nobody likes you. I need stamina.
It's basically crumbling to dust.
And the danger of highly volatile magical flowers, I'm afraid.
Oh no! Are you serious? Are you serious? I was literally 5 seconds away. Did it not count? Wait, hold on. Maybe it did count. Oh, nope, that's Sev's quest. Alright, we'll go get another flower. That's very unfortunate. Well, restoration.
We have our Norian prototypes. How you feeling? Theories proven, research recovered.
A successful collaboration by any measure.
I'm curious about the leak and what it means for the tapestry. As for details.
So, we know the cave was inaccessible because of the leak.
Yes, suggesting most other tangles are from damage to the tapestry. Major breakages always seem to have one nearby.
If there's raw magic in that part of the tapestry, at least.
Exactly. Now that we know how to shut down a part of the tapestry, we should be able to make repairs.
We were originally looking for research notes. Ask about them.
What did you find in the notes from the cave?
Exactly what I was hoping to see. Advanced material sciences. Results from experiments on pressure containment.
Unsuccessful containment.
True. But in fairness, it wasn't the new design that failed.
I agree with his appraisal. Celebrate our mutual success.
I'm glad I could help, Sev.
More than anything, this has reminded me that not all Norians are scheming political animals.
Some are you.
Well, not anymore. But yes, some are more interested in sharing their expertise and pushing it further. And that's enough to give me hope that maybe if we get out of here, there's a way I could reform things.
Or at least open some eyes.
Exactly. That's a problem for the future, though. For now, there are tests to run.
Okay, restoration is complete. Let's go ahead and talk to Sev again.
The more I dwell on the prospects of repairing the tapestry, the more excited I become.
The experimental piping is working, then?
Yes, it is. I've been running numerous tests. And for me, this is a chance to do some actual engineering, away from the Order's influence. Those who cross them disappear in the night. But unless they also have an Ark of Verdance, they can't reach me here.
Norians are really that ruthless.
It was the mystique they cultivated. But who knows how much action they took. That's the problem with secret societies, Brim. After a while, it's just secrets all the way down.
Okay, well, we need another flower, which is very annoying. But it's fine. We'll head back to Dredger's Mire, back to the Hollow Pyre Shrine, and this time we're not fighting anything. We're just running past everything. Oh, wow. He caught me so bad in that? That's crazy. The amount that pulled me in. Oh, we might even make the Ark angry. We'll see.
Those are the Miriam flowers, Bryn. Just remember, once you pick one, time starts running down. Then it's a nice steady pace back here. You got it.
I feel like he could have given me more of that warning the first time, but oh well. Okay, I got it.
Good. Now move. We'll be ready.
Well, we at least won't have to deal with the Ark. Running past all this stuff. Hey, get out of my way. Okay, this is the path to Glintwood Hollow. Okay, same thing as the previous zone. We're not gonna engage in anything. And we made it easy. They didn't even talk about it wilting.
She's got... Did we?
Yes. Oh, we're good. Excellent work, everyone. We'll get this over to Solar, Bryn. She'll be ready for you whenever.
Okay, we made it this time. Stabilized Mirian's bloom. Okay, we have scry maintenance. Okay. I don't remember what we do next. Let's see. Ah, yes, we have to go speak with the Axle. And we'll talk first.
Quite the impressive investigation you and your Ram friend instigated. With those results, we could repair the tapestry and eventually reclaim the underworks. Too risky to tackle right now, though.
Happy to help.
I'll reach out to Sev myself and let him know how much I appreciate it, and his expertise.
And now for our quest.
Before you ask, the answer is maybe.
About the scries? You know?
Of course I know. In this role, I can't afford to be oblivious to one of my colleagues sneaking about. And while well-meaning, Arakim is about as stealthy as a glass tail on rice paper. Which brings me to my question. The answer will tip me from maybe to yes or no. Why are you here and not him?
I don't want to speak for Eric. Appeal to her own experiences with the Eye.
I'm here because I don't have a history of being discouraged by the bureaucracy of this place. Again and again. My hand hasn't been burned so often that I'm afraid to cook. And I'm not pointing the blame at you, but I know you can empathize with what I'm saying.
Let me come again to the point. Why you? and not Arakim.
Honestly, I don't think he knows how to ask.
It's as simple as him asking me. I am not Stanild.
No, but you have to prove that to Arik as much as he has to prove himself to you. That was the lesson I learned from Oria. The best leaders are mentors and meet their people halfway. That's what Arik needs from you.
An interesting point. I suppose he did not receive much support. Well, ever. Very well. You have my approval. I shall be watching very closely to see how this proceeds. And fair winds. I hope you can find your answers. I just wish Isla were here to help.
Okay, while I'm here, let's see if the Talon has anything new to say. It does.
I imagine you're ready to face me at the source. Answer one question truthfully.
Depends on the question.
Why do you keep speaking with me?
Easy. Tell the Talon I'm getting intel.
I like to keep my enemies close and learn what I can about their weaknesses.
What a boring lie. With your precious scry pulling you back from the brink of death, you know you can attack me 100 times and learn from every failure. You don't need to speak to me to destroy me. I expected so much more from you. You're a coward if you can't answer a simple question. It will be merciful to put you out of your misery when we meet at the source. Goodbye, Bryn.
Oh, we made it mad. Okay, so let's go back to camp. So Arakim has another. Oh, he has the same quest actually. Compare and contrast.
What did we learn about the scries, fellas?
Nothing good, unfortunately.
You know how all enchanted things use woven patterns to achieve their effects yet? Well, the scries used here for decades were warped. There's no other way to describe them.
Some sort of corruption or decay?
Not exactly. More like elements had fused or connected in different ways than were intended by the enchanter.
I take it that's not normal.
Darm's never seen it, and I asked the High Enchanter, and he had never heard of it either.
Even more worrying is that the Mirian's bloom also behaved strangely while we were trying to distill it. Normally there is a very rote set of steps, but it took Lane and I several tries to find the proper alchemic ratios to make it useful.
And then we have the Spitfires, acting more aggressive than normal, nesting in odd places. Putting it all together, we're seeing a worrying pattern of unexplained changes.
Ones that would be hard to notice if a certain band hadn't broken through the veil. We can confirm these changes aren't happening outside the Enclave.
Huh. What do we do about it then?
Darm and I have been talking about it and have some ideas. Give us a little bit of time to see if we can come up with a plan.
I'll leave you to it.
Okay, compare and contrast is complete. And the next quest is ready. But let's talk first.
Ooh, you were really moving out there.
I was told time was of the essence.
Yeah, but you made it look easy. Maybe someday you could give classes to the novice scouts.
That sounds like a rare opportunity. Tell him I'm game.
I'd be delighted. but I need permission to be a total hard ass. That work?
Wins, yes. Ooh, we'll introduce you as Coach Bryn and you can wear like really tight pants.
Oh no, it's too easy, but I have to. Tease him.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
No, I swear.
It's okay, Eric. I'm just teasing. But if you get afloat opportunities to make you blush, I have to go for it. And more to the point, I'm game. We'll tackle it when the dust is all settled.
Okay, we have another quest. Changes.
Dom and I have been running down the mystery of our alchemically odd plants and degraded scries. We've got a working hypothesis, but we're going to need to lean on you again to prove it.
He's being really assertive. Tell him I approve.
You're right on top of this.
I have been taking notes from my favorite point. She has this habit where she just drags things forward by force of will.
I do, don't I? There's just so much to do. Why ask permission when the next step is right there?
I'm curious what kind of work they've been doing. Ask.
What's led you to the hypothesis?
Dom's been digging into the scry and noticed some tiny changes in yours that he's not seen before. Lane used a few leftover petals from the Mirian's bloom to run more tests. You really have an incredibly talented team here.
I don't mind helping out if it solves the mystery. Find out what he needs.
As long as I don't have to do any more cross-swamp runs, count me in.
Worse, I'm afraid. We think the source of the problem might be the miasma. Dom's theory is that it's slowly affecting the patterns inside the Enclave.
Our enchantments?
Everything. We've never been able to perceive or harvest them, but there's a school of thought that everything alive has a pattern in it. And if that pattern allows us to interact with and control magic, the theory goes that magic might be able to affect us in turn.
You think we're in danger?
Obviously, tangles are inherently dangerous, but that's the question we want to answer. Could they affect the creatures here in more subtle ways? Could too much magic explain the Spitfire's behavior? If so, we have to worry there might be long-term effects on all of us.
Spirits. How do we prove it?
You've been collecting resonance for all your time in here, as have our enchanters. That data gives us a baseline. What he needs, then, is a comparison resonance harvested during a miasma from any of the natural beasts. Arcs won't help, alas. Sev's new toy should come in handy.
Right. I'll tackle it as soon as I can.
Okay, got that quest. Changes. Let's talk to Lane really quick. She's got a codex to compile. Oh, and she wants to talk too.
I've been running more tests on the bloom you recovered.
You didn't need it all for Darm's tools?
No, thankfully. We had a number of false starts with the alchemical processes, but we had enough petals even then. It does speak to the issue, though. I tried every control I could think of, and can only conclude that the bloom itself is off.
Could it just have been that one flower?
Perhaps. Either way, it warrants further study, but Arakim's offered to help us collect more, so it won't impact you.
Okay, now codex compiling. We have the Trial of the Seven Mantles. The items for this collection were strips of pale, nearly transparent cloth that were floating unaided in hard-to-reach places. The 4 strips each emitted a soft sound that were all referenced in a poem from the early days of the Enclave. The sounds were tied to the 4 virtues that define the greatest weavers among us: yearning, compassion, cooperation, and fearlessness. It turns out there was a tournament held yearly called the Trial of the Seven Mantles. The 7 best points who had not previously won would search for the 4 pieces of cloth with vague hints, and the first to return with all of them was declared the winner. Bren had apparently stumbled on the locations from the last trial before the surge hit. So technically, Bren is the first winner in decades and the first non-Hearthsider to win. Alright, so now we need to hunt a creature, a natural creature, in a miasma. So let's make it one that we actually need. We do need a Highland Ice Claw. That one's in low. Denevron. Yeah, we can do that. Let's change the weather, though, to miasma. Oh, and I need resources for that. Almost forgot. Let's get those resources. I need 20. Okay, there we go. So, lower Denevron, change the weather to miasma. And we're going. Broker's Arch.
I'm with you, Bryn. Didn't expect the miasma to be so intense over the scry.
You get used to it. Just have to use a more gentle touch and feel the way it slides.
That's a thick miasma. Let's throw some explosives in there. I can't even see, but hopefully it'll work. I think I just saw one go down. Oh, got the wrong strand. That's what was going on. Grab that. They need more. Oh, jeez. Alright, we're just gonna go ahead and climb around this. So we don't have an ice claw at the moment, but if we wait here, I assume it'll show up. It's probably best to just wait. Here, wing flap, I think. Maybe not. Oh, now I'm definitely hearing wing flaps. Okay, hopefully it's on its way here. Here we go. It's arrived. Bring it down. So we want one wing. Whoops. That hurt. I want to take out one wing. We'll take this one out. Alright, there we go. One wing down. And now for the feet. Alright, we got one. We could go for a harvest here, but I don't think it would work. I'm gonna try. Oh, too slow. I think I have to get both feet. Oh, get out of there. Well, let's see. If it takes off, might just go for the harvest. Harvest. No, you knocked me loose. All right, we gotta get that other leg. Use my ice potion. Get that leg. Alright, we got both. We should be good now.
Since we know precisely under what conditions it was harvested, it will be perfect for our study.
Wow, dropped me off right at these stupid Surgeborn. Alright, there we go. Ooh, Ice Claw full grain. Chill, Feather Weave. What else? That might be it. Looks like it. Okay, we're gonna head back to camp. Okay, Dom, I got the stuff. Talk first.
It certainly is disturbing to think an enchantment can warp.
Any sign of our scry reacting, like the Hearthsider ones?
None, but it might be a matter of time. Who knows what a year or a decade might bring? We'll have to watch closely. Oh, that's rather exciting now I think of it.
And I may as well weave a strand, because we got level 2 on Frostmine now. And now, our changes quest.
What's the verdict with the resonance comparisons, Dom? Are we all doomed?
Not doomed, no. But I have every reason to be concerned. Tangles only form in areas of intense magical concentration. That they're so common here in the Enclave makes it clear that this place is overflowing with magic. Have you ever blown into a bladder until it pops? I worry that's where we're headed.
No. Have you?
Ah. Well, I am from Renland.
The patterns did show signs of change then.
Subtle but present. What was intriguing was watching them relax over time, as if the miasma caused them to contract like a muscle.
So things might recover if we could bring an end to the tangles?
I think so. Your work with Sev has already pointed us to a longer-term fix, using the underground conduits. Until we find a way to stop the bladder inflating, though, well, that's just a stopgap measure.
We have to tell the Axel, though. She needs to know about this so we can take every precaution.
Oh. We?
Yeah. It's time. Meet you there.
Okay, we're going to Cassidon's Hold again. Another chat with the Axel.
Both of you this time. Must be important.
It is. We've identified a long-term risk to our people. A source of decay in our enchanted devices. And I've prepared a list of safety measures we should take.
You have?
Yes, Wait. Why did you say that like you already know?
Arakim, do you know how intense the competition to become Axel truly is? Even in our diminished state, it is ruthless. Each guild jockeying for its representative to be elevated. To win the seat, you need allies, knowledge, and the will to use both.
You've been watching us this whole time?
I have been watching you, Bryn. Yes. I have been judging Arakim.
Always a test.
What I have seen is growth. Your enthusiasm and energy has never been in question. But your judgment and initiative have often been rash. But in working with Bryn's band, I've seen you set goals, lead plans, move from asking permission to making your case, just as you came here to do, did you not? To lay out a set of clear steps we should take to preserve our new scries and keep our people safe?
Yes, that is exactly what I was going to do.
You should act on your recommendations with my complete support. I know you're not making them lightly, and they affect your people the most. So yes, it was a test. And as Khan, it will be the first of many.
You just said Khan.
I did. The scouts have been ignored for far too long, as we try to pretend everything is as it was. Enough. Unless you disagree, Arik.
No, not at all. We've been pushing for this forever.
Good. And you should thank Bryn when we're done. She raised a very salient point in our last chat that swept away the last of my hesitations. Now take a knee, would you? There's work to be done, and neither of us is really built for fancy ceremonies. If we have learned anything in the past while, it's that standing too firmly on ceremony costs us time and opportunities. We, as a people, would have withered and died without the tireless efforts of your scouts and their forebearers. And yet we have not recognized them out of fear of tipping a balance that was already lost. And so I elevate you, Arakim Katabi, to the station of Khan of the Enclave, and grant you the title of Guide. May your initiative and care chart a path for us all.
And that completes our quest, Changes. Which is the final companion quest that we had. We got through them all. Let's go ahead and talk to the Axle once more.
As it turns out, I'm rather glad you tore down Asylum. I was not, at the time, but Arakim's come a long way since he started working with your band.
As have you, politically.
I will admit I was complacent. Part of my decision to create the role of guide was to prevent that. I need someone who will push, and he will most certainly do that. His findings, though, are deeply concerning, along with the obvious failures of the tapestry exposed by Sev's research. But I see it as an opportunity. The tapestry needs to be repaired, and we have the means. Nothing catalyzes and unifies people like a problem they can actually solve.
Making you seem like a very effective leader.
Yes. Yes, it does.
Okay, I don't believe anyone else wants to chat, either here or at the camp, but let's go back to the camp real quick and just make sure that's the case. Oh, and Dom actually does want to chat. Oh, and so does Erikim. Let's talk to both.
I think we all suspected prolonged exposure to the raw magic in here would affect creatures, but it's surprising to see how far it's gone.
What could this mean for people, though? Ask him.
Is it possible the same thing is happening to us? Or has happened to the Hearthsiders?
While it's long been theorized we must have something akin to strands in us, they've never manifested like in a great creature. On one hand, this means we need mantles to mimic what they do naturally. On the other, Ashar, Cassil, and so on seem less affected by the Enclave. It's not like Arakim has grown a third arm. I think we can presume safety for some time.
This can't just be from contact with Tangles. See if you can share more details.
You think this is caused by something other than direct contact with raw magic, like the Tangles?
Oh yes. It's that the air is so thick with magic that tangles can even form. It's unprecedented, and thank the flames for that. Imagine if every creature across the Maida acted as aggressive as the ones you're facing.
It's a problem. Move on to solutions.
What do we do about it, though?
Our first step has to be securing the source. If it's the reason the Enclave had access to so much magic before the Surge, it's also why things are so suffused with raw magic. You see, this is largely an infrastructure problem. The leaks in the tapestry will have to be sealed and magic slowly consumed through usage. If we can reduce the emission of raw magic to below our consumption, the concentration will drop. Once the levels inside match the rest of the Maida, we should be back to some semblance of normal.
Okay, and we'll talk to Erica. No, he was starting to talk, but anyways, chat with Erica.
Hard to believe I have a title now.
The Axel seemed certain you were ready for it.
Hirune's also a politician. She knows this somewhat buys my loyalty to her if she tries to become the next Eye.
I wonder how this role will affect his day-to-day. Ask if he knows yet.
Do you think this will drastically change how you interact with the other scouts?
In time, I imagine so. We've been without an advocate for so long, and right now's the best time for me to push. I do have some promising candidates to take over day-to-day operations. I suppose we'll have to accelerate that process.
Takes multiple people to replace you,
You got me. Yes, I was bragging. I think it's critical we have some checks to make sure the system's working. If one group is over or underperforming, I can try to work with them to figure out why. Wins, listen to me. Just chain me to a desk already. All I do is stare at scrolls and move abacus beads now.
He's already thinking politically. Ask if he would support the Axel as the new Eye.
Would you support her then?
Hirune's a practical lady. She knows the scouts are critical to our ongoing survival. Farming and fishing around Cassidans keeps us fed, but rare materials for alchemy, medicines, enchanting and so on, all us.
Which gives you some leverage.
It does. But also my title is precarious, as she granted it as acting Eye. No one's going to challenge her, not right now. But implicitly, if she goes, I go with her.
We still have real challenges ahead. See how he's feeling about his role.
Job 1 will be dealing with the source, right? You feeling up to it?
If it were all on me, I'd be overwhelmed. But I've got your band. An exceptional group with an exceptional point. But you tell me, am I ready?
I do think he's ready. Remind him how he's grown.
I'm with the Axel. It's going to be a change, though.
A shift in the winds, for sure.
Still, look at how you interact with the band here, now. Arranging tasks, working with them. I think you feel more comfortable here.
I do. Your group is inspiring. Everyone's pulling in the same direction. I doubt I can capture that particular magic with all the politics around the hold, but maybe I can match it with the scouts.
I'm excited to see how it goes, Khan Katabi.
I hope I live up to your and everyone's expectations.
You will.
Okay. So let's do a quick look at our codex. Should be nothing surprising here, just all the stuff that we finished. We got the source, ossifying pastures. We got magical exports and enclave history, guilds and organizations. We have the Verdant Mines. Races, we have Oberyn and the Enclave. Arcane innovations and discoveries. We finished Era's Plague and Tamarkine Smithing. And Weavers, we have the Chronicles of Aurea Silverbeak and Lucia de Crassus. Also, the Trial of the Seven Mantles. And with that, we're all done here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you next time.